Hello everybody and welcome to a new challenge for Digimon World. For those of you who have the basic understanding with regards to the first two questions that Digimon asks you, you will know that Ogumon will be the Digimon that I will be starting the game with. I've said this so many times before with so many of my other challenges that I've done for Digimon World, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record player, but I suppose it is possible that there might be people who might be watching this challenge without seeing any of my other challenges for this game. You know, they may just watch one or two challenges, and so I suppose I always need to explain things that could potentially do with needing to be explained, and that's that the first question Digimon asks you, do you have a Digivice? If you say no, then he asks you if you have friends. If you say yes, then your starting Digimon is Ogumon. If you say no, then your starting Digimon is Gabumon. When you're asked if you have a Digivice, if you say yes, then you get asked if you prefer day or night. Saying day results in you starting with Ogumon, saying night results in you starting with Gabumon, and those are the only two rookie Digimon that you can begin the game with. There are loads of other things that I'm going to be saying in this challenge, which I have said in many other challenges that I've done for this game, but me repeating myself is something that's going to be recurring a lot, particularly if you have seen quite a few of my different challenges for this game. But I still need to give the explanations because the videos still need to have the explanations, so I will be. But if you've seen quite a few of my challenges, then from your perspective I will be sounding like a broken record player, unfortunately. This challenge, it is a challenge where I'm not allowed to fix the Digimon Bridge. I'm not allowed to have Yuramon tell me about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon, and I'm not allowed to clear the boulders that are separating the native forest from Mt Panorama, and this should quite firmly restrict movement and exploration when it comes to the game, because I'll be limited with where I can and can't go, and when I can and can't go to such places. Okay, well from here I'm going to be heading to the Coela Point to have Coelamon take me to the tropical jungle, and from there I can recruit Betamon and Centarumon. However, I can't return to the city the normal way. I can't, approach the Digimon Bridge from the tropical jungle, because that results in your character acknowledging the Digimon Bridge and the Digimon Bridge being repaired, and that would go against one of the rules of this challenge. I'm not allowed... the Digimon Bridge is not allowed to be fixed, so I have to go about the game in a way where the Digimon Bridge doesn't get repaired. And that does mean that I won't be able to go from the Digimon Bridge to the tropical jungle, or vice versa, and I will have to rely on Coelamon very heavily, because he becomes available at 3 p.m. And is available until 7 p.m. and will take you across to the tropical jungle. If you repair the Digimon Bridge, then Coelamon will be at the Coela Point regardless of when you go there, and he will then join the city after you speak to him. But if you leave the Digimon Bridge unrepaired, then Coelamon will continue to only be available between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. each day, and you would have to go to the Coela Point at that time period in order for it to be possible for Coelamon to take you to the tropical jungle, making further progress possible. Yuramon not telling you about the invisible bridge means that you can't be made aware of the Great Canyon invisible bridge, and therefore can't legitimately use the Great Canyon invisible bridge. However, there is an invisible bridge skip which does enable you to make it onto the invisible bridge and, enter the Great Canyon from the Great Canyon entrance, and, have access to, the Great Canyon and the areas beyond it, like Friesland, etc., etc. But nonetheless, you still can't have Yuramon tell you about the invisible bridge, so you have to continue, like, every time you want to use the invisible bridge, you have to use the invisible bridge skip, and also going from the Great Canyon to the Great Canyon entrance won't be possible, because the game won't be aware of the invisible bridge, because you wouldn't have been informed of the invisible bridge. As for the boulders separating the native forest from Mt Panorama, you can't battle Ninjamon in the lava cave, because that results in the boulders getting cleared, which would go against the rules of the challenge. And if you gain access to Mt Panorama via the Gear Savannah, then you can't travel from the Mt Panorama through to the native forest, because that clears the boulders, which is also against the rules of the challenge. So you have to ensure that the Mt Panorama boulders never get cleared, the Digimon Bridge never gets fixed, and Yuramon never tells you about the invisible bridge. not repairing the Digimon Bridge means that Coelamon won't be recruitable and Ninjamon won't be recruitable either, costing you a combined total of 4 prosperity points. In order for Ninjamon to show up on the Digimon Bridge, you need to... the secret item shop in the city needs to be open. You need to recruit a Digimon who works at the secret item shop in the city, and you also need the Digimon Bridge to have been repaired. If the Digimon Bridge hasn't been repaired, then Ninjamon won't show up, regardless of whether the secret item shop is open in the city. As for the boulders, Mt Panorama Boulders, I've mentioned the inability to recruit Miramon, and the inability to recruit Miramon also means the inability to recruit Dremolgemon and Leomon, costing you a combined total of 6 prosperity points. Add that to Coelamon and Ninjamon, that's 10 prosperity points that we would be missing because of the Digimon Bridge and the Mt Panorama Boulders. And as well as recruiting Agumon, I've also recruited Betamon, and I'm now working on recruiting Centaurumon, but there are also 4 items that I'm specifically after: Happy Mushroom, Mouldy Meat, High Speed Disc, and Autopilot, and I will not succeed with Centaurumon's recruitment until I have all 4 of these items. I have a route that I'm using, and I will not go to the correct exit until I have all of the items that I'm after. I'm going to repeatedly go to incorrect exits until I've got all of the items that I'm after. Then I will recruit Centaurumon. The reason why I want a... Okay, I'm just taking a pause because I'm just taking Agumon to the toilet. The reason why I want an autopilot is so that after recruiting Centaurumon, I can return to the city with an autopilot, enabling me to return to the city without needing to fix the Digimon Bridge. Autopilots are going to be very handy in this challenge, returning to the city without needing to fix the Digimon Bridge, returning to the city from Mt Panorama without having to travel through and clear the boulders, returning to the city from the Great Canyon and not being hindered by the fact that you can't get to the Great Canyon, to the Great Canyon entrance due to you not being aware of the invisible bridge, but having an autopilot will be able to save you there. So yes, there's quite a few scenarios in which autopilots are going to be valuable, and as for Mouldy Meat, that will help with recruiting Frigimon, whereas the Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc will help with recruiting Moulgemon. I'm just trying to make room in my inventory for the happy mushroom, I think the small recoveries probably have the least value, but instead of discarding them, I'm giving them to my Digimon, recovering HP, also hoping that he might decline, so that I could then scold him and get a discipline boost. But the small recoveries have all been used up, happy mushroom has been collected, now I'm recruiting Centaurimon. Yeah, in Friesland there are 3 Ninjamons who each want to trade 3 items, that's 9 items in total, and by trading 1 of each item with each of the Ninjamons, the Ninjamon who you do the 9th and final trade with joins the city. Happy Mushroom is one of the items that the Ninjamons want to trade. That's why I grinded for a Happy Mushroom at the Amida Forest. High Speed Disc is another item that they want to trade. That's why I, grinded for a High Speed Disc as well. And then as for Frigimon, in order to take the first step towards recruiting Frigimon, you have to go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well, have it become sick, have Frigimon rescue you, and then that just leaves the second stage where you just need to return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, speak to Frigimon and he'll join the city afterwards. And the easiest way to go about the first step of Frigimon's recruitment is to go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well, give the Digimon a mouldy meat, thus making the Digimon sick, and then if you just try and explore, like try and leave the area that you're in, or try and enter the next area, like the next part of Friesland, then your character should stop, and then Frigimon should rescue you. So the mouldy meat was to help with the first step of Frigimon's recruitment. Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc to help with 2 of the steps of Ninjamon's recruitment. While exploring, I am also looking out for Digimushrooms and other possible items as well, such as happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms, etc. And Digimushrooms are another item that the Ninjamons want to trade. In exchange you get medium recoveries, which is a very good trade, and medium recoveries themselves are items that the Ninjamons want to trade. There's a different Ninjamon who in exchange for medium recoveries gives you super defense discs. So happy mushrooms, high speed discs, Digimushrooms, medium recoveries, that's 4 of the 9 items that are needed for Ninjamon trades. Not to mention that Digimushrooms for medium recoveries is an excellent trade, because medium recoveries recover 1500 HP and cost 500 bits to purchase, and then medium recoveries for super defense discs is an even better trade, because super defense discs sell for 2000 bits. And so each Digimushroom that you collect can be exchanged for a medium recovery, and the medium recovery can be exchanged for a super defense disc, and therefore each Digimushroom that you collect effectively has the value of 2,000 bits, and that's why I'm going out of my way a lot, when searching for Digimushrooms and other items as well that might come in handy. Happy mushrooms, blue apples, ice mushrooms, dulux mushrooms, digipines, orange bananas, etc., etc. They may come in handy. And even though I will be able to use the invisible bridge, thanks to the invisible bridge skip, I can't have Yuramon tell me about the invisible bridge, which means that it won't be possible for me to encounter Olgamon at the Great Canyon, because for that to happen, you need to have Yuramon tell you about the invisible bridge. You need to go to the Great Canyon and acknowledge the invisible bridge. You then need to speak to Yuramon again, who will then say about bandits at the Great Canyon, which leads to you being able to encounter Olgamon at the Great Canyon, which gets the ball rolling with you being able to recruit Olgamon, Xiaomon and Waymon, 6 prosperity points between them. The recruitment of Xiaomon also means being able to recruit Skullgreymon and Vadermon, 6 more prosperity points, bringing it up to 12. And the recruitment of Waymon means having access to Factorial Town and being able to recruit Andromon, Guromon, Metal Mumemon, Numamon and Nanimon, totaling to 11 prosperity points. Add that to the other 12, that's 23 prosperity points. Add it to the 10 prosperity points that are going to be missed from not fixing the Digimon Bridge or clearing the Mt Panorama Boulders. That is 33 prosperity points, which we are not going to be able to get in this challenge, leaving us with a target maximum of just 67. And in order to be able to unlock Mount Infinity, you need to have a minimum of 50 prosperity points. And if I was to achieve perfection, then I would end the challenge with 67 prosperity points. But, a fair few of those would have come from Mount Infinity. just so we're clear, 13 prosperity points comes from Mount Infinity. 2 for Airdramon, 2 for Devimon, bringing it up to 4, 3 for Metal Greymon, bringing it up to 7, 3 for Megadramon, bringing it up to 10, 3 for Digitamamon, bringing it up to 13, subtract 13 from 67, that's 54, 54 prosperity points, prior to having access to Mount Infinity, and 3 of those prosperity points actually come from defeating and recruiting Etamon, and he himself, you need to have a minimum of 50 prosperity points in order to be able to encounter. So minus the 3 prosperity points for Etamon, that's just 51 prosperity points. And the point I'm trying to make is just how fine the margins are with this challenge when it comes to trying to reach the target of 50 prosperity points, which is what's needed in order for Mount Infinity to become available, and also what's needed in order for it to be possible to encounter Etamon in the native forest. If you were to achieve perfection up until that point, then the most amount of prosperity points that you would be able to manage is 51. That means that you can only afford to drop 1 prosperity point out of the recruitable Digimon in order to be able to gain access to Mount Infinity and achieve the best that can be achieved and reach 67 prosperity points, which is the most that can be achieved under these restrictions. And normally I wouldn't aim to digivolve to Numamon, but in this challenge Numamon is the Digimon who I'm going to be aiming to digivolve to. I just spoke to Centauromon just so that we're aware of the clinic, so that Yuramon will spawn at Mt Panorama. What was I saying? I want to digivolve to Numamon so that I can digivolve to Muncymon and then speak to the robot Digimon in Toy Town so that he will unlock the door which leads towards Warumunsimon, which will make it possible for us to battle Warumunsimon and recruit Muncymon and score 3 prosperity points for it. Usually I wouldn't be in a rush to digivolve to Numamon or Muncymon. I think typically I would just do as much as possible with the other Digimon first, and then in a different lifespan, digivolve to Numamon, digivolve to Muncymon. then see to Toy Town. But in this challenge, if we are not recruiting Ninjamon in the first lifespan, then we're going to be down by 3 prosperity points, meaning that 48 prosperity points is the most that's going to be achievable, which simply is not good enough in this challenge, because we won't be able to gain access to Mount Infinity in this lifespan. So I'm aiming to digivolve to Numamon so that I can digivolve to Ninjamon, unlock the door that leads towards Ninjamon, but I'm not going to go any further there and then. I've decided to include a rule that when I have Ninjamon as my Digimon, I'm not allowed to recruit any Digimon or get into any battles. And my reason for including that restriction is because I thought that digivolve into Numamon and then digivolve into Ninjamon at Toy Town could be seen as a cheap way of digivolving to an ultimate, a cheap way of getting, a big stat gain. I recognise that the digivolution has to happen in order for Warrior Ninjamon to be available, but I'm not going to digivolve to Ninjamon, speak to the robot Digimon, get the door unlocked, and then go and defeat Warrior Ninjamon with Ninjamon. Instead, I'm going to digivolve to Ninjamon, speak to the robot Digimon, have him unlock the door that leads towards Warrior Ninjamon, then return to the city, and then pass the time until Ninjamon fades away, and then start over with a different lifespan, where in that lifespan I will be able to challenge Warrior Ninjamon and defeat Ninjamon, and I am limited to natural digivolutions only. There are other recruitments that usually I'm pretty late with, recruitments that tend to come after the majority of other recruitments. Vegemon is an example, Moljamon is an example, Frigimon is an example, Monochromon is an example. But in this challenge, I'm going to have to do things differently, because I'm going to need those recruitments, because I'm going to need those prosperity points, because I'm not going to be able to reach the necessary number of prosperity points needed in order for Mount Infinity to be available if I'm not going to be recruiting all of these Digimon. I am allowed to recruit Digimon when I have Numamon as my Digimon, but I'm not allowed to recruit Digimon when I have Ninjamon as my Digimon, or even get into any battles. So we're about to do the invisible bridge skip, and I do it the easy way, the basic way. Yeah, the slow, foolproof way of going about it. It's not the fastest, it's not the most advanced, it's the slowest, it's the most basic, But it works, and that's what I'm happy about. You saw me reuse the Coelamons, and it's going to be the same each time. Go there between 3 PM and 7 PM. The Coelamons will be able to take me to the tropical jungle. As for the Great Canyon, well, use the invisible bridge skip that I used, giving yourself access to the Great Canyon and the areas beyond the Great Canyon. It's okay to go all the way to Mt Panorama, through like the Misty Trees, Gear Savannah, etc. But I can't travel from Mt Panorama to the native forest because that will clear the boulders. I would either have to return to Gear Savannah or use an autopilot as a way of getting myself sent back to the city. And certainly I can't battle Yuramon in the lava cave because that clears the boulders. Are there any more Digimushrooms in this area that I can collect? Doesn't look like it, so this is the part where we make our Digimon sick. Then travel a bit, and now Frigimon rescues us. Even though I can't defeat Yuramon, I can still go to the drill tunnel and defeat the Ninjamon that you can battle, and then do the dirt carrying for the other Ninjamon in the interest of gaining bits, HP, attack and defense. But apart from that, I don't think I can do any more. Even though I can't recruit Skull Greymon, I can still see to the initial part of Greylord's mansion where I rescue my Altismon for the first time and loot all of the items that are there. Trying to think what else. Whether there might be some other things that I'm forgetting about, which I will still do to a certain extent, like recruitments that are not possible, but I can still go like a certain way with the recruitment, but probably in the interest of just gaining something, like the money and stats that you get from carrying the dirt in the drill tunnel, or the items that are available in the Grey Lord's mansion, or whatever it might be. So, rookie Digimon recruiting rookie Digimon scores you 1 prosperity point. Recruiting champion Digimon scores you 2 prosperity points. Recruiting ultimate Digimon scores you 3 prosperity points. The one exception is the free filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon and Nanimon. They are all champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very good, and because of that they only score you 1 prosperity point instead of 2 prosperity points. We recruited Agumon and Betamon, both of whom were rookie Digimon, both worth 1 prosperity point, putting us up to 2 prosperity points. Then we recruited Centauromon, champion Digimon, worth 2 prosperity points, putting us up to 4 prosperity points. Then we recruited Kunamon and Palmon, both rookie Digimon, worth 1 prosperity point, bringing us up to 6 prosperity points. Penguinmon here is a rookie who will earn us 1 prosperity point should we successfully defeat him at this game of curling and recruit him, bringing us up to 7 prosperity points. One of my stones has been knocked off the good spot. Well, I'm still leading, which is the most important thing. Back to 6. Okay, game is won. Waste the last stone. Proceed with Freeze Land. There is another rule that when Ninjamon does fade away, and I, move on to my next lifespan, the rookie Digimon who comes from the second lifespan has to be the same rookie Digimon as the rookie Digimon who I started the challenge with. In other words, in my second lifespan, the rookie Digimon will have to be Agumon, because Agumon is the Digimon who I started this challenge with, the Digimon who I started this lifespan with. So when Ninjamon fades away, I'll have to pick the green egg, have Botamon hatch from the egg, have Botamon digivolve to Coelamon, have Coelamon digivolve to Agumon, and then proceed from there. When it comes to rookie Digimon digivolve into champion Digimon, there are a number of champion Digimon that each rookie Digimon can digivolve to, and there are requirements that influence digivolutions, stats, weight, care mistakes, and bonus condition, and out of those 4 things you have to fulfill 3 of them, but a minimum of 3 of them, in order to be able to digivolve to a natural champion. And if you don't fulfill enough of the requirements for any of the natural digivolutions, then your rookie Digimon will digivolve to Numamon. You need to have a rookie Digimon for a minimum of 3 days, 72 hours, before it can digivolve to a champion. If you don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for the rookie Digimon to digivolve to a natural champion, then once 4 days have elapsed, 96 hours, you will digivolve, your rookie Digimon will digivolve to Numamon. But it's not a case of, once 3 days are up, if you haven't digivolved to a natural champion, then, you're doomed to have Numamon as your Digimon. if you can end up fulfilling 3 or more of the requirements before the 96 hours are up, then you will then digivolve to the natural champion Digimon, even though initially you would have been heading in the direction of Numamon. If after 95 hours you fulfill 3 of the requirements for a natural Digivolution for the very first time, then you will digivolve to that natural champion, even though you were only 1 hour away from digivolving to Numamon. The evolution counter can be a bit inaccurate, a bit unreliable, and that's because when your Digimon sleeps, the evolution counter goes up by a fixed amount, and that's regardless of how long your Digimon actually sleeps for. Because of that, the amount of time that you sleep for can be different to the number of hours that you sleep for can be different to the number of hours that the evolution counter goes up by, and so the number of hours that you've actually had a Digimon for might not be consistent with the evolution counter, and so sometimes Digivolutions might happen later than they seemingly should, they might happen sooner than they seemingly should. It's just regardless of how long your Digimon sleeps for, there is a fixed number of hours that the evolution counter will go up by when your Digimon sleeps. With baby Digimon, I think it's 1 hour. Within training Digimon, I think it's 3 hours. With rookie Digimon and champion Digimon, I think it's either 8 or 9 hours. Which means that if your Digimon... well, let's just go with Agumon, because he's our current Digimon. If Agumon was to sleep for more than 8 or 9 hours, and then the evolution counter was to go up by 8 or 9 hours, then the evolution counter would be behind, and so the Digivolution wouldn't happen until later than it seemingly should happen. But then, if you were to keep Agumon awake against his will, and not let him sleep until the final hour, then all of those hours that were spent awake would have been added to the evolution counter, and then the 1 hour that you let Agumon sleep for, even though he only slept for 1 hour, the evolution counter would have gone up by 8 or 9 hours. And so the evolution counter would be many hours ahead, and the Digivolution would happen sooner than when it presumably should happen. So I'm in a position where I don't want to fulfill any more than 2 of the requirements for any of Agumon's natural champion Digivolutions, because I want to digivolve to Numamon, and if I get up the Digivolution guide, Agumon, there are 6 natural champion Digimon that he can digivolve to: Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centauramon, Monochromon, and Tyrannomon. And if I begin with Greymon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed, and 100 brains. And in order to fulfill the stat requirement, you have to be successful with all of the stat requirements. So with Greymon, I would need attack, defense, speed, and brains to all be at 100. If just one of them is below 100, then I won't have the stat requirement for Greymon in the bag. The care mistake requirement for Greymon is a maximum of 1. The weight requirement for Greymon is between 25 and 35, and there are 2 possible bonus conditions. One of them is for your discipline to be at a minimum of 90%. The other is for you to have mastered a minimum of 35 techniques. Just so we're clear, there are 5 different things which fall under the umbrella of the bonus condition. How full your happiness is, how full your discipline is, how many battles you've had, how many techniques you've got mastered, and who your individual Digimon is. With some Digimon, there's just 1 bonus condition. With some Digimon, there's more than 1 bonus condition. But it doesn't matter if you fulfill 1 bonus condition or 2 bonus conditions or 3 bonus conditions. You only need to be successful with one of the elements of the bonus condition in order to have the bonus condition in the bag. And the bonus condition only counts as 1, so it doesn't matter if you fulfill 1 bonus condition or 2 bonus conditions, it will only count as 1 because the bonus condition only counts as 1, and you don't need to fulfill all of the bonus conditions in order to be successful with the bonus condition. You just need 1 of the bonus conditions. So the stats and the bonus conditions are kind of the opposite, in that with the stats you need all of them, with the bonus condition you need just 1 of them. Now, since I was very limited when it came to what I was able to purchase in the city, I haven't got a fantastic amount of money together. You know, the Digimushrooms and medium recoveries that I did have that were traded for super defense discs have been sold for 2,000 bits each. I was also able to sell the hair grower for 2,500 bits, the medicine for 500 bits. I traded all of my giant meats for autopilots because I wanted autopilots. And now I'm heading back to Friesland because with the money that I did make, I managed to purchase 96 medium recoveries, and I'm going to trade those 96 medium recoveries for 96 super defense discs, and I'm continuing to grind for Digimushrooms so that they can be traded for medium recoveries, and I can then return to the Gear Savannah secret item shop, sell the super defense discs, then have a lot more money, and then be able to purchase Digimon cards worth a minimum of 300 merit points at the volume villa, so that I can help myself to the amazing rod right after defeating Otamamon, which is next on the cards. Just checking for any Digimushrooms or anything like that. Doesn't appear to be anything like that. So I'll battle Otamamon, and then afterwards head back to Friesland. I was keen to defeat Otamamon before returning to the Misty Trees, because prior to speaking to Shogun Gekomon, trying to get through the Misty Trees is very much hit and miss. But once you speak to Shogun Gekomon, you can then travel through the Misty Trees no problem. So our return journey from here to Friesland, and then back from Friesland to here, should be easier now that we've spoken to Shogun Gekomon. Now, going back to the Digivolution requirements, Yuramon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, care mistakes minimum of 5, weight 15 to 25, bonus condition a minimum of 10 battles or a minimum of 28 techniques. Birdramon, stat requirement 100 speed, care mistakes minimum of 3, weight 15 to 25, bonus condition minimum of 35 techniques, or have Biomon as your rookie Digimon. Centauramon, stat requirement 100 brains, care mistake requirement maximum of 3, weight requirement 25 to 35, bonus condition either have your discipline at a minimum of 60% or have a minimum of 28 techniques. Monochromon, stat requirement 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains, care mistake requirement maximum of 3, weight requirement 35 to 45, bonus condition a maximum of 5 battles or a minimum of 35 techniques. Tyrannomon, stat requirement 1000 HP and 100 defense, care mistake requirement maximum of 5, weight requirement 25 to 35, bonus condition maximum of 5 battles or minimum of 28 techniques. Now, in order to fulfill 3 of the requirements, you can only afford to not fulfill 1 of the requirements. And I've gone about the game in a way where I haven't once fed Agumon, which means that care mistakes are going to be high and weight is going to be low. Because out of the 3 care mistakes, 1 of them is your Digimon messing on the floor, 1 of them is failing to feed your Digimon in time. When your Digimon first shows you the food bubble, it lasts for an hour and a half. You have until then to feed your Digimon. Oh, ice mushroom. You have until then to feed your Digimon and satisfy its appetite. Failure to do so is a care mistake. And also, if your Digimon wants to sleep, then you have to let it sleep on the hour in which it first shows the sleep bubble. And, not putting your Digimon to sleep until a later hour will count as a care mistake. And I think the care mistake registers when your Digimon wakes up. I do have a feeling that if you completely keep your Digimon awake and don't let your Digimon sleep at all, then the care mistake doesn't register, because the care mistake only registers when your Digimon wakes up. But the fact you never put your Digimon to sleep in the first place meant that your Digimon never woke up. And so I don't think the care mistake counts. However, if on a different day, like a later day, when you've still got the same Digimon, if you do let your Digimon sleep, then I think that your previous failure to let your Digimon sleep does then catch up with you, and the care mistake does then register. Another thing about not feeding your Digimon, if you don't feed your Digimon and you reach the point where, the food bubble goes away, then, that's a care mistake. And if you pass the last opportunity to feed your Digimon by training, so your Digimon wants to eat, the food bubble is there, you then train, and then once you stop training, the food bubble is no longer there. You passed the last opportunity to feed your Digimon via training, then that counts as double. Point I'm making is that I have had a lot of care mistakes so far as a result of not feeding Agumon. That's going to continue to be the way of things. That's been my intention. And it's all been in the interest of having high care mistakes and low weight. Just so we're clear, I don't really care about Digimushrooms anymore. The super defense discs that I've got are going to sell for a lot. With them, I can easily purchase 99 medium recoveries, trade them for 99 super defense discs, sell the super defense discs, and before I know it, I'll have more money than I know what to do with. Digimushrooms are very insignificant in my eyes now, as are most of the food items that you might find lying around. I'm not going to go out of my way to search for things like happy mushrooms or blue apples or ice mushrooms. I mean, if I see one that's right in front of me, then I might collect it. Digimushrooms I'm not going to collect even if they're right in front of me. There are other items that I might collect if they're right in front of me, like vitamin C, big berry, sweet nut, prickly pear, whatever it might be. As for items that I would still go out of my way for, I'd still go out of my way for Dulux mushrooms. I'd still go out of my way for spiny greens. Apart from that, nah, probably not. So yeah, food items that are lying around are mostly insignificant now. When I went over the requirements with Agumon's natural champion Digivolutions, the lowest weight requirement was 15, which I am well under, and I'm going to continue to be well under. And that means that I'm not going to fulfill the weight requirement for any of Agumon's natural champion Digivolutions. And then that leaves the 3 other requirements, where with care mistakes I'm ruling out all but 2 of the Digimon. I'm fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Miramon and Birdramon, but not any of the other Digimon, and that combined with me not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of the Digimon means that means that with the exception of Birdramon and Miramon, all of the natural champion Digivolutions are out of the question. And we will talk a bit more about that, but we need to be focused on Digimon cards. Okay, so 100, 130, 160, 170, 180, no reference to darts. Okay, 100, 130, 160, 190, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 270, 80, 85, 90, 95, 305, 306, 307, 310, 311. Okay, so that's 310, 307, 306, 305, 300, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 110, 140, 170, 200, 300. 300, well, Digimon cards worth 300 merit points, which is how many merit points we need in order to be able to obtain the amazing rod. So going back to the Digivolutions, Greymon, Centauramon, Monochromon and Tyrannomon are all out of the question because we don't have the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement for any of those Digimon, meaning that we can't fulfill any more than 2 of the requirements for any of those Digimon, which isn't good enough in order for Digivolutions to be possible. Focusing on Miramon, we obviously don't have the weight requirement for Miramon or Birdramon. We have the care mistake requirement, but not the weight requirement, and that means that in order for Digivolution to be possible, we would need both of the other requirements, the stat requirement and the bonus condition. Miramon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, which we do have. The bonus condition is a minimum of 10 battles or a minimum of 28 techniques, which we don't have. That's just 2 of the requirements for Miramon. As for Birdramon, the stat requirement is 100 speed, which we do have. The bonus condition is a minimum of 35 techniques, or Biomon as your rookie Digimon. No joy there, we've only got 2 of the requirements for Birdramon. So Birdramon and Miramon both have the weight requirement of 15 to 25. As for the care mistake requirement, Birdramon it's a minimum of 3, Miramon it's a minimum of 5. So I had the care mistake requirement for Birdramon and Miramon, but not the weight requirement or the bonus condition. The stat requirement I did have, but that's only 2 of the requirements. As for the 4 other Digimon, Greymon, Tyrannomon, Monochromon and Centauramon, I had neither the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement, and that alone is enough to say that I categorically will not be digivolved into any of those Digimon, because even if I have both the stat requirement and the bonus condition, that will still only be 2 of the requirements, which won't be good enough. Finally, I have the amazing rod. I had to do trades at Friesland, then go to the Gear Savannah secret item shop, then return to, then go back to Friesland for more Ninjamon trades, then return to the secret item shop, then have enough money to get enough Digimon cards to get enough merit points to get the amazing rod. And now just see into the last few bits in this area before returning to the city via an autopilot. I defeated Otamamon, giving myself access to the Volume Villa. spoke to Shogun Gekomon, got the amazing rod. Penguinmon gave us 7, well, Penguinmon gave us 1 prosperity point, bringing the total up to 7. Sukamon gave us another 1, making it 8. Biomon gave us another 1, making it 9. Alepmon gave us another 1, making it 10. Unamon will give us another 2 prosperity points, making it 12. And I won't be able to leave Mt Panorama by going through to the native forest because that will clear the boulders. Instead, I'll have to exit by using an autopilot. And I left Alepmon's recruit until the last minute because I knew that the area where Alepmon is, I knew that I was going to pass through that area quite a few times, when going to the Gear Savannah secret item shop for the first time, and then heading back to Friesland, and then going back through to the Gear Savannah secret item shop again, and then going back through to the Volume Villa, and then going back through while heading for Mt Panorama. And I chose to delay Alepmon's recruit until passing through the area with Alepmon for the last time, because a lot of the time when you recruit a recruitable Digimon, they then get replaced by random Digimon who roam around. Alepmon is no exception. Had I recruited Alepmon at the first opportunity, then when travelling through that area the other times, there would have been random Digimon roaming around who might have gotten in the way a bit, might have made a bit of a threat of themselves. So I decided not to recruit Alepmon until passing through the area for the very last time, so that when I was travelling through the areas, it would just be Alepmon. There wouldn't be any random Digimon. I wouldn't have to worry about any random Digimon. And then by the time Alepmon did get recruited, I then left the area, and there was no risk of me having any issues with any of the random Digimon who replace Alepmon, because I was already gone before they had any chance to show up. We do now have an improved item shop here in the city, which I'm very pleased about. When it was just Betamon, I had just small recoveries, MP floppies and meat. But now I've got the much better item shop with Biomon and Unamon, where there's a much larger variety of items. And I've actually traded 5 of the 9 Ninjamon items, because before going to Friesland I was able to recruit Palmon and get giant meat from her, and giant meat is one of the items that's needed for Ninjamon trades. Add that to the Digi Mushrooms, Happy Mushroom, High Speed Disc and medium recoveries, That's 5 items now. I do have 2 meats in my inventory because I'm planning on going to the Dragon Eye Lake and catching a Digi-Anchovy and black trout, 2 fish, both of which are 2 of the 9 items that are needed for Ninjamon trades, which would bring us up to 7 of the 9 items, leaving just 2 others, Super Carrot and Omni Floppy. And before going to the Dragon Eye Lake, I've come here to the drill tunnel, hoping to defeat this Dremolgemon so that the dirt carrying will be available to us later on. But again, it will just be about the money and the stats. The dirt carrying is now available, but I won't be doing it in this lifespan. I just wanted to unlock it, get it available, and in my next lifespan I plan to do dirt carrying, because you can carry 10 piles of dirt in total. Each pile you carry, you get rewarded 500 bits, your HP goes up by 50, your attack and defense goes up by 5, do all 10, that's 5,000 bits, 500 HP, 50 attack and 50 defense. And the dirt carrying is as far as I will be going with the drill tunnel. I won't be entering the lava cave, can't be destroying those boulders separating the native forest from the Mt Panorama, can't be repairing the Digimon Bridge, can't be approaching the Digimon Bridge from the tropical jungle and then acknowledging the Digimon Bridge and the bridge being repaired, and strictly cannot speak to Yuramon. Can't have Yuramon tell us about the invisible bridge. We need to be totally oblivious to the invisible bridge. We need to strictly only enter the Great Canyon by using the invisible bridge skip. When entering the Great Canyon via the invisible bridge, we have to strictly be using the invisible bridge skip. And when trying to go to tropical jungle, we have to rely on Coelamon. We can only be taken there when Coelamon is available, which is between 3 PM and 7 PM each day. Although the recruitment of Birdramon would make this challenge a lot easier, because Birdramon would be able to take us to places which would make us less dependent on Coelamon, and make the obstacle with the Digimon Bridge less of a problem. The obstacle with the Mt Panorama Boulders less of a problem. The obstacle with the invisible bridge less of a problem. Ninjamon has told us about the strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle. That's great. If you recruit Palmon so that Ninjamon no longer works on the meat farm and instead is positioned where she was positioned when we just spoke to her, and then speak to her when you have a minimum of 9 prosperity points, she'll mention about a plant that's growing in the tropical jungle. And then on day 15 there will be a rain plant next to Ninjamon. Collect that rain plant, take it to the plant at the tropical jungle, and then use it to water the plant. Vegemon will be born and will join the city. And you have to recruit Palmon in order for the rain plant to be available, the same way that you have to recruit Palmon in order for there to be the option of Ninjamon to tell you about the plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, regardless of prosperity points or anything like that. But if Palmon is recruited, then the only other requirement is 9 prosperity points in order for Ninjamon to mention about the plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, which you do need to be told about in order for the plant to be at the tropical jungle. And the rain plant isn't connected to prosperity points in any sort of way. You just need Palmon recruited so that Ninjamon is where she is, and then on day 15 the rain plant will be available to you, and you do specifically have to collect it on day 15. If you don't collect it on day 15, then it won't be available on day 16. You would have to wait until day 15 the following year before you get another opportunity to collect it. It's only available one day a year, day 15, not available any other day. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm waiting for Agumon to digivolve. I've decided that I've done enough with Agumon for the time being. I would now like him to digivolve to Numamon, so I'm just resting as a way of passing the time, as a way of trying to speed up Agumon's Digievolution. Speaking of speed up, I have also speeded up the video. There's really nothing exciting to be witnessing. I'm just resting, using the toilet, trying to pass the time as quickly as possible, in pursuit of digivolving to Numamon as quickly as possible. And we are digivolving. and it's not very often that I'm pleased to have digivolved to Numamon, but in this instance I most certainly am, because he's the Digimon that I was aiming for, and I just rested a few more times because I need to have Coelamon take me to the tropical jungle, and Coelamon won't be available until the earliest of 3 PM, so I rested a few more times just to pass a bit more time. And I'm putting everything into the item bank because the first place that I would like to go to is Grey Lord's mansion and loot all of the items that are there. And the more space I have in my inventory, the more items I will be able to loot. So obviously, putting all of my items from my inventory into the item bank, giving me space for 10 items in my inventory, which is currently the most that I can have, was obviously the most sensible thing to do. My plan is to rescue my Altusmon, even though it's completely unnecessary. I still would like to do it. When I was at Mt Panorama, I acknowledged the crop circle, even though it was completely unnecessary to do that. I do plan to encounter Ninjamon at as many locations as possible, even though it won't be possible to recruit Ninjamon. It should be possible to encounter him at the Dino region and Toy Town. It shouldn't be possible to encounter him at Factorial Town, the Olga Fortress, or the Leomon's Ancestors Cave. But if I'm right that there are 2 locations in which we can encounter him at, then I would like to encounter him at those 2 locations, even though we won't be able to recruit him from it. Encounter him once, he drops an accessory which enables you to carry 20 items instead of 10. Encounter him the second time, nothing happens. The third time, nothing happens. The fourth time, nothing happens. The fifth and final time, he drops another accessory, enabling you to carry 30 items instead of 20, and he joins the city. So there's a prize for encountering him the first time, there's a prize for encountering him the fifth and final time. There are no prizes for encountering him the second time, third time, or fourth time. I would be eager to encounter him the first time for the benefit of the accessory, which will enable me to carry more items. And if I am able to encounter him more times than that, then I would like to, even though I'm not going to gain anything extra from it. Almost like a desire to go as far as possible with a recruitment, even though the recruitment isn't possible. Just sort of wanting to do as much as what can be done. I'll probably see to Grey Lord's mansion in 2 stages, where I will encounter my Altusmon and loot most of the items, then go back to the city and, depending on the items, put some of them into the item bank, sell some of them at the item shop, then return to Greylord's mansion for the remainder of the items, and to return to my Altismon and rescue him, and then that will mean going as far as we are able to go with Greylord's mansion in this challenge. Without Xiaomon being recruitable, we won't be able to recruit Skull Greymon or Vadermon. We can, however, recruit Seedramon, Coelamon and Carbuterimon. I used to believe that you needed to recruit Xiaomon in order to be able to recruit Seedramon and Coelamon and Carbuterimon. That I was wrong about. There's the article about the bandits being gone, which serves no useful purpose. There's the article regarding the Guardian of the Dragon Eye Lake, but you don't need to read that article in order for Seedramon to show up at the Dragon Eye Lake. You don't need to recruit Xiaomon in order for Seedramon to show up at the Dragon Eye Lake and for you to have access to Beetle Land and Coelamon and Carbuterimon. I think the only requirement is to have a certain number of prosperity points and to go to the Dragon Eye Lake at the right time. Either 8 AM or 5 PM. I don't know what the necessary number of prosperity points is, but I know that Xiaomon is not needed. There's an article linked to Frigimon, but you don't need to see that article in order to be able to recruit Frigimon. You don't need to recruit Xiaomon in order to be able to recruit Frigimon. There's the article about the secret item shop in Gear Savannah. You don't need to see that article in order for the secret item shop to be available. You don't need to recruit Xiaomon in order for the secret item shop to be available. There's 2 articles about Vadermon, and you have to see both of them in order to be able to recruit Vadermon, as well as needing requirements with prosperity points. And then there's an article about my Altismon, which you have to see in order to be able to recruit Skull Greymon. There's also a requirement with prosperity points, which off the top of my head I'm not sure what it is. And then there's one final article about my Altismon, which features after you recruit Skull Greymon, and the article has no useful purpose. So the point I'm making is I've chosen to make some progress with my Altismon, even though Skull Greymon is not recruitable. I took the first step of progress with Vadermon, even though I won't be able to go any further with that. I think I will be encountering Ninjamon twice, even though I won't be able to expand on that at all. Okay, well, what I wanted to put into the item bank, I have put into the item bank. The autopilot I couldn't put into the item bank because there's already 99 autopilots in the item bank. So that autopilot is currently stuck in my inventory. But the rest of these items can be sold to the item shop. Looks good. Yeah, that one excess autopilot, you know, it probably won't be long before I use it. You know, my next return to the city will come at the hands of that autopilot. So the autopilot will then be gone from my inventory, and I can retrieve the other 99 autopilots from the item bank. And I'm pleased to say that we're still within the time slot of 3 PM and 7 PM, comfortably within it, in fact, bang in the centre of it even. So we can have Coelamon take us to the tropical jungle again, and then we can see to the last bit of Greylord's mansion, and then I would like Monochromon to be my next priority. I think Yuramon brought our number of prosperity points up to 12. I think Barkamon brought it up to 14. When I enter the Great Canyon, I would like to recruit Monochromon, one of the more frustrating recruitments. I would like to be successful with his shop minigame and have him join the city, and then head to Toy Town in pursuit of digivolving to Ninjamon and speaking to the robot Digimon so that he will unlock the door that will lead towards Ninjamon, so that in our next lifespan we will have access to Ninjamon. Ninjamon will be available to us due to the door being unlocked. After we speak to the robot Digimon with Ninjamon, we can autopilot back to the city. Also, when travelling from the Great Canyon to Toy Town, I would like to speak to Frigimon with Numamon as our Digimon and recruit Frigimon, because Numamon ticks the boxes. He is a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather. Speak to Frigimon while we have Numamon as our Digimon. Frigimon will join the city. I believe Monochromon would make it 16 prosperity points. I believe Frigimon would make it 18 prosperity points. And unless I'm overlooking something, we will end this lifespan with 18 prosperity points, and we'll start the next lifespan with 18 prosperity points. once again, I collected 2 of the sirloins from the Overdale Cemetery. When you read the memo, it results in the sirloin spawning in the Overdale Cemetery. Usually you would collect it, go back to my Altusmon, give him the sirloin, and then the sirloin would never spawn again. You would never see it again. But if you collect the sirloin and then leave the Overdale Cemetery and re-enter the Overdale Cemetery without giving the sirloin to my Altusmon, then the sirloin will respawn, and it will keep respawning until you eventually give a sirloin to my Altusmon. That's what causes it to stop spawning. And I always like to collect 2 sirloins, give 1 to my Altusmon, keep 1 for myself, put it into the item bank, because I just like to have an item which is technically, well, which is an item that you're technically not meant to be able to have, an item that you're meant to only get like 1 opportunity to collect, but not keep it for yourself, give it to my Altusmon instead, and then that's the end of the item. But you have the ability to collect the item more than once, and then be able to keep the item for yourself, and so then have an item on you that you're essentially not meant to be able to have on you, have an item on you which is essentially meant to be, a missable item, have an item on you that you essentially will never get another opportunity to collect within the game that you're playing. Okay, 360 is what I will aim for. And it paid off. With meat, I always maintain the regular price because of how cheap and insignificant it is. With portable potties and medicines, I do like to raise the price because they are more valuable. Trying to raise the price is a lot more worthwhile. With Goborimons, I try to raise the price to the maximum. I try to raise the price by all 5 steps, because Goborimon seems to be the most easygoing customer in my experience. Gotsumon, not so easygoing. I tend to raise the price by 2 steps when I have Gotsumon as my customer, because obviously you want to charge as much as possible so that you make as much money as possible, but you don't want to charge too much so that the customers storm off and refuse to buy from you, because you won't make any money from that and you'll lose an extra customer as well. But when it comes to raising the price, you can raise the price by 1 of 5 different steps. With Goborimon, I aim to raise the price by all 5 steps, raise the price to the maximum. With Gotsumon, I aim to raise the price by 2 steps. Weedmon is one of the less easygoing customers. With Weedmon, I aim to raise the price by just 1 step. And then the red penguin Digimon, the Penguinmon look-alike, in my experiences just seems to be completely unpredictable and inconsistent. Doesn't seem to have any kind of reliability or consistency. And so with meat, I just charge the regular. With portable potties and medicine, I charge the maximum. I, raise the price to the maximum. It's going well so far. You need to reach a specific profit in order for Coelamon to join the city. I think it's like a bit under 3,100. So if you just, aim for 3,100 and succeed with the target, get a minimum of 3,100, then Coelamon will join the city, you will be successful. And 10 customers in the first half, 10 customers in the second half, 20 customers in total, but like I said, having a customer storm off will cost you a customer each time. So, one customer storms off, you only get 19 customers in total. 3 customers storm off, you only get 17 customers in total. And the general guideline that I mentioned is only a general guideline. Like, when it comes to the amounts that I will raise the prices to, it's a general guideline, but obviously I will use common sense. Like, if you sour medicine at a regular amount, you'll get 300 for it. If I've got a Goborimon who's my final customer and he's asking for a medicine and I'm 300 bits away from the necessary target, then I'll just charge the regular amount and reach the target instead of aim to, charge the maximum and then, create a big risk of me just totally screwing up. With that Goborimon who I just had, he was after a medicine. I was in a position where I needed to sell it for 1,100 in order to reach the target, so I only needed to raise the price by 1 step in order to reach the target. That's what I did. I was successful, and now I'm just going to maintain the regular price for the rest of the shift. But yeah, point I'm making is that, if you're on your final customer and you only need a small amount of money in order to reach the target, then, only charge as much as you need in order to reach the target, even if it means charging less than what you would normally charge for that particular Digimon. And at the same time, if you are down to your final customer and in order to be able to reach the target you need to charge more than what you would normally charge, then obviously charge higher, because if charging what you would normally charge wouldn't be enough, but raising the price further would be enough if the sale was to be successful, then obviously, you have to take that extra risk. So, there is a general guideline, but I do apply common sense accordingly. I do keep my wits about me. I will make exceptions if, there's a big chance of it being the difference between me being successful and not being successful.
When I was saying about the requirements for recruiting Vadermon and Skull Greymon, I forgot to mention, I think that having Greymon recruited is also a requirement for recruiting Skull Greymon, because obviously Greymon opens the arena, and I think the arena is what Skull Greymon and Myotismon both join. So I think you need to have Greymon recruited in order for the article about Myotismon to feature, as well as needing a certain number of prosperity points, as well as obviously having Xiaomon recruited. I know for certain that you need to have Greymon recruited in order to be able to recruit Carbalterimon. When you go to Beetle Land, there's no requirement for there's no initial requirement for recruiting Coelamon. You just have to speak to him and pick the second option and he joins the city. You have to do the same with Carbalterimon, speak to him and pick the second option, but you need to have Greymon recruited in order for the second option to be available. So you definitely need Greymon recruited in order to be able to recruit Carbalterimon. I think you need Greymon recruited in order to be able to recruit Skull Greymon, as well as the other requirements that I mentioned. I think you also need to have recruited Greymon in order to be able to encounter Airdramon. When you speak to Digimon, in order to encounter Airdramon, you have to speak to Digimon when you have a minimum of 50 prosperity points, and your Digimon is either a champion or an ultimate. And I think you need to have Greymon recruited. If you haven't recruited Greymon and you speak to Digimon, then even if you have 50 plus prosperity points and a Digimon who's either a champion or an ultimate, I don't think he will mention about Mount Infinity, and therefore I don't think you will encounter Airdramon unless you have Greymon recruited. In order to encounter Greymon and battle him and recruit him, you need to speak to Digimon when you've got a minimum of 15 prosperity points, plus a Digimon who's either a champion or an ultimate. I said about Vadermon, you have to acknowledge the crop circle in Mt Panorama, then go to Xiaomon's notice board with a certain number of prosperity points. There will be an article which is linked to Vadermon. Go back to Mt Panorama, see that there's a second crop circle, acknowledge the crop circle, go back to Xiaomon's notice board when you have a minimum of 45 prosperity points. There'll be another article linked to Vadermon. Go back to Mt Panorama where the crop circles are, Vadermon will show up, and then we'll join the city. I don't know, with the prosperity points, I don't know the requirement in order for the first article to show up, but I know for the second article to show up, the requirement is 45 prosperity points, as well as obviously having Xiaomon recruited and seeing the previous article and acknowledging the first crop circle in Mt Panorama, as well as the second crop circle in Mt Panorama. We are now up to 18 prosperity points with Monochromon and Frigimon recruited. And, we spoke to the robot Digimon, which means that Worumunsimon is now available to us. And there isn't really anything else to do in this lifespan apart from pass the time as quickly as possible, so that we will fade away as quickly as possible, so that we can move on to the next lifespan as quickly as possible. And like with when we had Agumon as our Digimon, when waiting to digivolve to Numamon, I was pretty much just resting, sleeping, using the toilet, just trying to get through the days as quickly as possible. And pretty much here onwards, I'm just going to be resting, sleeping, using the toilet, getting giant meat from Palmon, just trying to get through the days as quickly as possible, wanting Muntsimon to fade away so that we can move on to the next lifespan. And it is very important that I remember about the rain plant, because the rain plant is going to be available on day 15. Our Digimon will be 14. Our Digimon will still be alive. We will still be in this lifespan. We will still have Muntsimon as our Digimon. So I need to make sure that I grab the rain plant when the rain plant is available, which will be when I've still got Muntsimon as my Digimon. And obviously I can't recruit Vegemon in this lifespan, because that would mean recruiting Vegemon with Muntsimon, which isn't allowed. Not with the rules that I'm going by, but if I hold on to the rain plant, then in the next lifespan I can recruit Vegemon. And that will also set up recruiting Moljamon, because I've said that the other 2 items that I need with regards to the Moljamon trades, Super Carrot and Omni Floppy, and you can buy Super Carrots from Vegemon. So after recruiting Vegemon, I can buy a Super Carrot from him, trade that with the Moljamon who wants a Super Carrot. You get an Omni Floppy in return, which conveniently is one of the other items that are needed for one of the other Moljamon trades that hasn't yet been done. And then that will just leave us needing to trade a Digi-Anchovy and Black Trout, which we've already got. We've got those 2 items in the item bank. So Moljamon's recruitment should be easy enough once we've recruited Vegemon. You don't have to recruit Vegemon in order to be able to recruit Moljamon. Reason being is that you can get Super Carrots without Vegemon. The red Vegemons who you can battle, if you defeat them, then they sometimes drop Super Carrots. I think the probability is 1 in 10, 10%. So, you can get a Super Carrot by just defeating red Vegemons. And that would enable you to recruit Moljamon without Vegemon, because you would be able to get all of the items without needing to recruit any Digimon, unless there's something that I'm overlooking. But it's just easiest to just buy a Super Carrot from Vegemon. And the recruitment of Moljamon would usually set up the opportunity to recruit Ninjamon, because Ninjamon is one of the Digimon who works at the secret item shop, but like explained in this challenge, we're not going to be encountering Ninjamon because of the state with the Digimon Bridge. So I don't think I've gone into details yet regarding why Dromolgamon and Leomon are not recruitable, so I'll just go into details now. I've already explained that the battle against Miramon is not a possibility. The recruitment of Miramon plus, the battle against Miramon plus the recruitment of Miramon, they're both off limits. In order to be able to recruit Dromolgamon, you have to have recruited Miramon, because the Dromolgamon that you can recruit is in a place that can only be reached if you've defeated and recruited Miramon. When you defeat Miramon and recruit him, if you go to Dromolgamon, speak to Dromolgamon, return 3 days later, he will be done digging, and if you speak to him again, then he'll join the city. But you won't be able to recruit Dromolgamon without recruiting Miramon first, because you won't be able to get to the area that the Dromolgamon is at. As for Leomon, in order to recruit him, you need to have access to Leomon's ancestor's cave, which requires having a minimum of 45 prosperity points, as well as also needing to have recruited Miramon. So not being able to recruit Miramon means not being able to recruit Dromolgamon or Leomon. And, we can't recruit Miramon because we can't have the battle against Miramon, because that would mean clearing the boulders at Mt Panorama, which goes against one of the rules of this challenge. Okay, it is now day 15, the day in which the rain plant is going to be available. There it is. We've helped ourselves to it. And now, obviously, we just continue to try and pass the time as quickly as possible. So yes, the Mt Panorama Boulders are costing us 6 prosperity points. The Digimon Bridge is costing us 4 prosperity points. The most damage is coming from the Invisible Bridge, which is costing us 23 prosperity points. Well, actually, I say that, but Leomon's ancestor's cave is one of the locations that you encounter Ninjamon at. And so there's kind of like 1 prosperity point, which is sort of coming from a combination of the Mt Panorama Boulders as well as the Great Canyon Invisible Bridge. The Digimon Bridge is just costing us Ninjamon and Coelamon 4 prosperity points. The Mt Panorama Boulders is costing us Miramon, Dromolgamon, Leomon, and part of Ninjamon. the invisible bridge is costing us Olgamon, Shaomon, Waymon, Skullgreymon, Vadermon, Andromon, Guromon, Metal Mummemon, Numamon, and part of Nanimon. So I guess you could say that rather than the Mt Panorama Boulders costing us 6 prosperity points and the invisible bridge costing us 23 prosperity points, maybe the Mt Panorama Boulders are costing us 6.5 and the invisible bridge is costing us 22.5. I believe that the Digimon Bridge, though, is categorically only costing us 4 prosperity points, Coelamon and Ninjamon. Incidentally, by not fixing the Digimon Bridge, Etamon won't feature on the Digimon Bridge. Okay, we're fading away now. Etamon will feature in the native forest, providing that you have 50 or more prosperity points. You know, he'll challenge you. You know, you can battle him, you can defeat him, you can recruit him. You know, he'll join the city, you'll get the prosperity points for him, but he won't appear on the Digimon Bridge. He will only appear on the Digimon Bridge if the Digimon Bridge has been repaired. He won't feature there while the Digimon Bridge is broken. He will only appear once the Digimon Bridge has been repaired. You possibly might have to recruit Ninjamon as well in order for Etamon to appear on the Digimon Bridge. I'm not sure. But I do know that you definitely have to repair the Digimon Bridge, which we won't be doing, which means that Etamon won't be showing on the Digimon Bridge. It's not a problem. It's not going to affect prosperity points or recruitments or anything like that. It just means that we won't be able to speak to... It just means that after recruiting Etamon, we won't be able to encounter him on the Digimon Bridge, which just takes away the ability to speak to him, as well as the ability to purchase a gold banana, which in this challenge has pretty much no value whatsoever. I can't think of any reason as to why, a gold banana would have any value, or why speaking to Etamon on the Digimon Bridge would have any kind of value. Now, the plan is for this to be my last lifespan. I plan to see to the rest of the challenge in this lifespan. So I'm thinking it makes sense to cram all of my eggs into one basket, which is why I decided to use my ice mushroom, get maximum discipline early on, and also use my blue apple, get maximum happiness early on. Happiness and discipline are both at the maximum. I think that having greater happiness lengthens your Digimon's lifespan, which obviously is good. having good happiness and discipline means that you won't get the butterfly, which is good because the butterfly reduces your Digimon's stats and I think shortens your Digimon's lifespan as well. And by having maximum discipline, our Digimon shouldn't reject any items that we offer to it, which makes things easier. And also our Digimon will hold on for longer when it needs the toilet, which means less chance of having accidents. And, if our discipline is at the maximum, then our Digimon will hold on for over an hour, which means that if we are training, then we won't need to take our Digimon to the toilet immediately. When our Digimon first signals for the toilet, it will be possible for us to train one more time before taking our Digimon to the toilet, because our Digimon will hold on for long enough in order for that to be possible due to our discipline being so high. And all of the item chips that I've collected so far I will be giving to my Digimon. And other item chips that I will collect, I will also give to my Digimon. And it is 3 PM, which means that Coelamon is at the Coela Point, and he can take us to the tropical jungle, which will enable us to recruit Vegemon and bring ourselves up to 20 prosperity points, and also help out with the recruitment of Ninjamon. Easy life. Now we've got time to return to the city and get a super carrot from Vegemon, and would be able to get to the Coela Point in time in order to be able to get back over to the tropical jungle, and from there go to Friesland in pursuit of recruiting Ninjamon. And conveniently, it's also almost 5 p.m, which is one of the times in which Yuramon features at the Dragon Eye Lake. And I've still got one meat in my inventory which we can use to catch him. Have him take, catch him, request friendship from him, be given the blue flute, get the 2 prosperity points for Yuramon. We won't be able to recruit both Coelamon and Carboterimon because we haven't recruited Greymon yet, which means that, we would only be able to recruit Coelamon, not Carboterimon as well. But, we can still recruit Coelamon should we so wish. Or we could, just secure friendship with Yuramon and put Beetleland on the back burner, decide to leave it until we've recruited Greymon first, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But the hardest part is sorted. I guess I'll recruit Coelamon. I think that will put us up to 24 prosperity points. Ninjamon would make it 26. And when I spoke to Digimon, I didn't just buy 1 super carrot, I bought 10 other super carrots as well as 10 hawk radishes. And the reason for that is because I plan to use those items to my advantage when I go back to training, because those food items boost the effects that you get from training. Super carrots, I think, boost the effects that come from training attack, MP, and brains. I think hawk radish boosts the effects that you get from training HP, defense, and speed. I have already fed a super carrot to my Digimon, which means that we'll get better stat boosts from training attack, MP, and brains, if I'm not mistaken about which stats get affected by which of the 2 food items. And the effects last until you feed your Digimon something else. So if you were to feed your Digimon a super carrot like we did, and then feed it a meat, then you'll lose the effects of the super carrot. If you were to feed your Digimon a super carrot like we did, and then feed it a hawk radish, then you'll lose the effects of the super carrot and gain the effects of the horseradish. If you were to feed your Digimon a super carrot and keep feeding your Digimon a super carrot, then you would, keep the effects of the super carrot. If you were to not feed your Digimon, like neglect your Digimon's appetite, then you would keep the effects of the super carrot or horseradish, but by not feeding your Digimon, you would be committing care mistakes, and your happiness and discipline would be affected, your weight would be affected. And obviously, that has the potential to be a problem. Another thing that you can do is to feed your Digimon a super carrot or a horseradish, and then when your Digimon wants to eat, go to the restaurant and feed your Digimon restaurant food, and that doesn't reverse the effects of super carrots or horseradishes. It will satisfy your Digimon's appetite. It will mean that you won't be not feeding your Digimon. You won't be, getting care mistakes. At least not any appetite-related care mistakes. Happiness and discipline will be positively affected. Tiredness will go down. Weight will go up. You'll get stat gains from eating at the restaurant. And that's actually what I plan to do. When I go back to training, I plan to benefit from the effects of super carrots and horseradishes and use the restaurant as a way of feeding my Digimon, so that I will keep the effects of the super carrots and horseradishes without having to not feed my Digimon, so no care mistakes will come from it. And also it will positively affect my stats, happiness, discipline, tiredness, and my weight will be affected. My weight will go up, which will either be a good thing or a bad thing depending on the Digivolution that I'm aiming for. But I can monitor my weight. If I want my weight to go up, then I can continue to eat at the restaurant. If I want my weight to go up even further, I can force feed my Digimon. If I want my weight to go down, then I can force feed my Digimon food items that cause weight to decrease rather than increase. Super Carrot is an example. Or I could choose to feed my Digimon super carrots instead of the restaurant or alternative food items, depending on my current weight and what I want my weight to be. The effects from super carrots and hawk radishes, even if you don't feed your Digimon something different, the effects do wear off eventually. They do wear off after a certain amount of time has elapsed. But, you know, if our stat gains were to go down as a result of the effects wearing off, then hopefully, you know, this is something that would be noticed, and then I can just give my Digimon another super carrot or hawk radish, thus solving the problem. There are 4 restaurant Digimon, Miramon, Tyrannomon, 6 restaurant Digimon, Miramon, Tyrannomon, Garulamon, Frigimon, Vadermon, and Digitamamon. Out of those 6 restaurant Digimon, 4 of them are main restaurant Digimon who have fixed shifts. You know, they feature at fixed times. They are available at specific points of the day. Those 4 Digimon being Miramon, Tyrannomon, Garulamon, and Frigimon. The other 2, Vadermon and Digitamamon, they show up randomly. And out of the 6 restaurant Digimon, currently I've only recruited 1 of them, Frigimon, and that means that the only restaurant food that I'm going to be able to eat is Frigimon's restaurant food. Which I think boosts, well, the most expensive, out of the food items that Frigimon sells, the most expensive, I think, boosts MP by 50 and speed by 2. And Frigimon's food items are the cheapest out of all of the Digimon who work at the restaurant. You know, prices vary, the stat gains vary, you know, like the stats that get increased and the amount that they get increased by, you know, it varies. And, you know, like I said, at the moment we're stuck with, you know, Frigimon. We don't have any of the other restaurant Digimon recruited. We won't be recruiting Miramon. We won't be recruiting Vadermon. We will be recruiting Tyrannomon, Garulamon, and Digitamamon, and we've already recruited Frigimon. I won't use the item chips until I digivolve to a champion Digimon, because it will work out more efficient to do things that way. When it comes to stats, we will end up with better stats if we were to digivolve to a champion first and then use the item chips rather than use the item chips now, and then digivolve to a rookie and then a champion. Digivolve to a rookie, then a champion, then use the item chips, we will end up with better stats than if we were to use the item chips now and then digivolve to a rookie and then a champion. So I'm going to hold on to the item chips for the time being. The rookie Digimon that I'm aiming for, obviously, is Agumon. And by having attack as your superior stat when Coelamon digivolves, you will digivolve to Agumon, and attack is currently our superior stat by a big margin, in fact. And when we have Agumon, the Digivolutions that will be available to us will be the 6 natural champion Digivolutions that I mentioned previously. And obviously this time I'm going to be aiming to digivolve to one of those Digimon, which would mean needing to fulfill at least 3 of those requirements for the champion Digimon that I am aiming for. I forgot to mention that when recruiting Ninjamon, obviously the final Ninjamon who you do the final trade with, the Ninjamon who you do the 9th trade with, is the Ninjamon who will join the city, which means that any of the 3 Ninjamons can be the Ninjamon that joins the city, depending on which Ninjamon you do the last trade with. And out of the 3 Ninjamons, the one who I did the final trade with was the one who wants giant meats, high-speed discs, and black trouts. And I deliberately left that Ninjamon until last because I wanted that Ninjamon to be the Ninjamon who would join the city. Because the Ninjamon who joins the city, you lose the ability to do any more trading with that Ninjamon, whereas the other 2 Ninjamons remain in Friesland, and you maintain the ability to do trades with those Ninjamons, which means that it makes the most sense to, out of the 3 Ninjamons, it makes sense to the one who you value the least when it comes to potential trades. It makes the most sense for that Ninjamon to be the Ninjamon who joins the city, lose the ability to do trades with that Ninjamon, as opposed to the other Ninjamons, and the one who wants giant meats, high-speed discs, and black trouts. He's the Ninjamon who I value the least when it comes to the trades that can be done, which is why I like it if he is the Ninjamon who joins the city, if he's the Ninjamon who I lose the ability to do trades with. I like to keep the other 2 Ninjamons because I value them more when it comes to the trade-in. Okay, where did you oven? When it comes to the trade-in that's on offer, particularly the one who wants medium recoveries, digi-anchovies, and omni floppies. The most obvious reason being the ability to trade 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs. Agumon is our Digimon. 99 medium recoveries for 99 super defense discs. sell the super defense discs, make a very attractive profit on it, repeat the process, keep repeating the process, and before you know it, you max out on money. And when I was in Friesland, after recruiting the Ninjamon, I did then go to the Ninjamon who wants medium recoveries, and I did trade the medium recoveries in my inventory for super defense discs, and sold the super defense discs for a substantial profit. I was saying about the stats and item chips. It's just when you digivolve to a Digimon, there's what's called the stats gain target. And let's say, figure of speech, that the stats gain target for HP is 2000, then if your HP is under 2000, when you digivolve to the Digimon, however much below your HP is, it will halve it, and that's how much your HP will go up by when you digivolve. For example, if the stats gain target is 2000 HP and you have 1000 HP, then your HP is 1000 below the stats gain target. Therefore, that will be halved. 1000 will be halved, which is 500, and that's how much your HP will go up by. Your HP would go up by 500, going from 1000 to 1500. If, say, your HP is 1900, then it's 100 below the stats gain target, which means that when you digivolve, your HP would go up by half of 100, which is 50, so your HP would go from 1900 to 1950, which means that when you digivolve, typically you will get a bigger stat boost if your stats are lower rather than if your stats are higher. Of course, having higher stats when digivolving will always result in higher stats overall, but having lower stats when digivolving will result in a bigger stat boost, which means that when it comes to item chips, it always makes more sense to not use the item chips until you digivolve with lower stats, get a bigger stat boost, and then use the item chips and end up with better stats overall, rather than use the item chips first, then digivolve and then have better stats when digivolving, which means smaller stat gains when digivolving. And I don't know if my microphone is picking this up, but the fire alarm is currently going off. The staff are probably going to knock on my door and prompt me to come out of my room in response to the fire alarm. It's not coming from our ward, it's not coming from the ward that I'm on, it's coming from one of the other wards I know this because the way that it rings varies depending on whether it's coming from our individual ward or one of the other wards. And the fact that it's coming from one of the other wards, means that everything should be fine, but it wouldn't surprise me if the staff still prompt me to respond. But yeah, if we had 1,000 HP, and the stats gain target for HP was 2,000, and we were to digivolve, our HP would go up to 1,500. If we were to then use a HP chip, then our HP would go up to 2,000, whereas if we had 1,000 HP and the stats gain target was 2,000 HP, and we were to use a HP chip, then our HP would go up to 1,500, and then when digivolving it would go up to 1,750, because it would be 500 adrift of the stats gain target. That would be halved, which is 250, HP would go up by 250, and our eventual amount of HP would be 1,750, which is 250 less than 2,000, which is what it would be if we were to use the HP chip after digivolving. The only thing I will point out when it comes to the stats gain target is that if your stats are equal to the stats gain target or superior to it, then the stat boost that you get is 10% of the stats gain target. So if the stats gain target is 2,000 HP and you have 2,500 HP, then your HP would go up by 10% of the stats gain target. 10% of 2,000, that's 200. Your HP would go from 2,500 to 2,700. That does mean that even though I said that you get bigger stat gains from Digivolutions if your stats are lower, you would probably... It is possible to get a bigger stat gain from your stats being higher if it means your stats being equal to the stats gain target or superior to the stats gain target, as opposed to being a tiny bit below it. For example, stats gain target being 2,000 HP. If your HP is 1,998, then when you digivolve, it would go up by just 2. It would go up by just 1. It would go from 1,998 to 1,999. But then get your HP up to just 2,000, get it higher by just 2, and when digivolving, your HP would go up by 2% of 2,000, which is 200. So, the worst case scenario is to have your stats a tiny bit inferior to the stats gain target, when it comes to wanting to get, the biggest possible stat boost. Best case scenario is for your stats to be miles adrift. Because if the stats gain target is 2,000 HP and you have just 200 HP, then you're 1,800 adrift of the stats gain target, which means that when digivolving, HP would go up by 900. So go from 200 to 1100. I trained my attack until I was happy with my attack. Then I decided to feed Agumon a horseradish and then start training speed instead. And obviously continuing to eat at the restaurant, continuing to sleep, continuing to use the toilet, continuing to rest at the clinic, continuing to be given sirloins by Digimon, continuing to train, in this instance, speed. Just to go over the Digivolution requirements. Greymon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed and 100 brains. We're not currently fulfilling the stat requirement for Greymon. Care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. We are currently fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Greymon. Weight requirement 25 to 35. We might be fulfilling that, we might not. I'm not sure without checking. Bonus condition, either have discipline at a minimum of 90% or have a minimum of 35 techniques. We are fulfilling the bonus condition because of the discipline that we've currently got. Yuramon, stat requirement 100 attack, we are fulfilling that. Care mistake requirement minimum of 5, we are not fulfilling that. Weight requirement 15 to 25, we might be fulfilling that, we might not be fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 10 battles or a minimum of 28 techniques. We are not fulfilling that. Birdramon, stat requirement 100 speed, we are fulfilling that. Care mistake requirement minimum of 3, we're not fulfilling that. Weight requirement 15 to 25, same as Yuramon, not sure about that. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or have Biomon as your Digimon, not fulfilling that. Centauromon, stat requirement 100 brains, not fulfilling that. Care mistake requirement maximum of 3, are fulfilling that. Weight requirement 25 to 35, same as Greymon, might be fulfilling it, might not be fulfilling it. Bonus condition, either have discipline at a minimum of 60% or have a minimum of 28 techniques. We are fulfilling that because of our discipline. Monochromon, stat requirement 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains, not fulfilling that. Care mistake requirement maximum of 3, are fulfilling that. Weight requirement 35 to 45, not sure. Bonus condition, either a maximum of 5 battles or a minimum of 35 techniques. We are fulfilling that. Tyrannomon, stat requirement 1000 HP and 100 defense, not fulfilling that. Care mistake requirement maximum of 5, are fulfilling that. Weight requirement 25 to 35, same as Greymon, might be fulfilling that. Bonus condition, maximum of 5 battles or minimum of 28 techniques. We are fulfilling that. So pretty much with all of those Digimon, weight was a significant factor, or at least with some of those Digimon, weight was a significant factor, because I think there were some cases where with the other 3 requirements, stats, care mistakes and bonus condition, we had 2 of those, which would mean having 3 of the requirements if we also had the weight requirement. And with some of the Digimon, I think we had just 1 of those requirements, which would mean only having 2 requirements, even if we also had the weight requirement. So yes, weight has an important role to play, because that will determine whether we have 2 of the requirements for certain Digimon or 3 of the requirements for certain Digimon. And obviously I do have a Digimon in mind, which means that I am aiming to have 3 of the requirements for the Digimon that I am aiming for. Okay, weight is 38. We're currently within the range for Monochromon, which is 35 to 45, not within the range for any of the other Digimon. Greymon, Tyrannomon and Centauramon was 25 to 35, Birdramon and Miramon was 15 to 25. Having slept, our weight would have gone down by a bit, but I'm very confident that it's still above 35, which means only having the weight requirement for 1 of the Digivolutions, that obviously being Monochromon. I suppose I will let on that Greymon is the Digimon that I am aiming for. Therefore, I do need to get my weight down to be within the range of 25 to 35. Okay, it is just barely low enough for that range. I don't have the stat requirement for Greymon, and I'm not going to have it either, because my defense and brains are both under 100, and are going to remain under 100. So I don't have the stat requirement for Greymon, and I'm not going to have it, but I do have the bonus condition because of my discipline. I do have the care mistake requirement, and I need to keep that, as well as needing to keep the discipline, and I am barely within the weight range. I need to keep that as well. That is 3 of the requirements for Greymon. Okay, I think I'm happy with my attack and speed, so I think I should be training something else now. But yes, with my weight within the range of 25 to 35, there's no chance of Digivolve into Miramon or Birdramon, because I don't have the weight requirement for them or the care mistake requirement. No chance of Digivolve into Monochromon, because I don't have the weight requirement or the stat requirement. That leaves Greymon, where I do have 3 of the requirements: care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition. Okay, we are Digivolving. Centauramon, where we have care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition. Tyrannomon, where we have care mistakes, weight, and bonus condition, but not stats for Centauramon or Tyrannomon or Greymon, but all 3 of the other stats for all 3 of those Digimon. And Greymon is the Digimon that I have Digivolved to. Don't really care about my tamer level going up. What I do care about is having Greymon as my Digimon, and I went about it in a way where, even though I was fulfilling a minimum of 3 requirements for 2 of the other Digimon, Greymon was the Digimon that I would have Digivolved to because of stats. Because of the stats that I had, it was a guarantee that Greymon was the Digimon that I was going to Digivolve to. I call it the relevant stat priority, where if you fulfill a minimum of 3 of the requirements for more than 1 Digimon, then the stats that you've got and the stats that are relevant for the Digimon who you could have Digivolved to, that will determine which Digimon you do Digivolve to. To try and explain it, let's say that there are 2 or more Digimon who you fulfill 3 or more of the requirements for, and let's say that with one of the Digimon, the stat requirement is, let's say, 100 attack, then that means that that Digimon has 1 stat which is relevant, the relevant stat being attack. Let's say that there's a Digimon where the stat requirement is 100 attack and 100 defense. The stat requirement, let's say it's 100 attack and 100 defense, then that means that that Digimon has 2 stats that are relevant, the stats being attack and defense. And when you fulfill the requirements for more than 1 Digimon, the game takes the relevant stats for the Digimon, adds them together, and then divides by how many stats there are. For example, if the Digimon stat requirement is 100 attack, and your attack is 200, then it would take the relevant stat, which is attack, which is 200, divide by how many stats there are, which is 1. 200 divided by 1 is 200. You're left with an overall score of 200. Let's say that the stat requirement is 100 attack and 100 defense. Then there's 2 relevant stats, attack and defense. If your attack is 200 and your defense is, say, 100, then it would add them together, which is 300, divide by how many stats there are, 2 different stats. 300 divided by 2, 150, you're left with an overall score of 150. So if there's a Digimon, let's say that there were 2 Digimon who you were fulfilling the requirements for. In that instance, the Digimon who you needed, the Digimon where attack was the only relevant stat, you would have digivolved to that Digimon, because the relevant stat score would have been superior for that Digimon. It's like if you were fulfilling the requirements for 3 different Digimon, with one of them the requirement is 100 attack, with one of them the requirement is 100 defense, with one of them the requirement is 100 attack and 100 defense, and you have, say, 200 attack and 100 defense, then for the Digimon where you just need 100 attack, the relevant stat score is 200, because attack is 200, and there's only one relevant stat. 200 divided by 1 is 200, overall score of 200. The one where you need 100 attack and 100 defense, there's 2 relevant stats, and if attack is 200, defense is 100, add them together, which is 300, divide by 2, you get an overall score of 150, and then the Digimon where you just need 100 defense, well, there's only one relevant stat, which is defense, which is 100. 100 divided by 1 is 100. The relevant stat score that you get left with is just 100. So in that instance, the Digimon where you got a score of 200, that's the Digimon that you would have digivolved to. But if, say, you had like 200 attack and 300 defense, then the Digimon where you need just 100 attack, the relevant stat score would have been 100. Wait, no, 200, because 200 divided by 1 is 200. The Digimon where you need 100 attack and 100 defense, well, 200 add 300 would have been 500, divided by 2 would have been 250, so that would have been the overall score. But then the one where you just need 100 defense, your defense would have been 300, so 300 divided by 1 is 300, overall score of 300. That's the Digimon that you would have digivolved to. Oh yeah, when it comes to the relevant stat scores, HP and MP get divided by 10. So if HP is a relevant stat and you have, say, 1000 HP, then it will be divided by 10, which is 100. If you have 2000 HP, then it will be divided by 10, which is 200. And if any of the other stats are relevant, then obviously they would be added together and then divided by however many there are. When I digivolved, my attack and speed were by far my best stats. I had about 300 of each, and attack and speed are both relevant stats for Greymon, but not Tyrannomon or Monochromon. With Greymon, the 4 relevant stats, attack, defense, speed, and brains. Well, attack and speed added together would have been 600. Add defense and brains would have made it more than 600. I'm not sure the exact amount because defense and brains were low, but the relevant stats would have been, over 600. 4 relevant stats in total, so whatever the number is, divide that by 4. 600 divided by 4 is 150. Obviously, the combined stats were more than 600, so once you divide by 4, whatever the result was, it would have been more than 150. So Greymon's score would have been over 150. Centauramon, there's only one relevant stat, which is brains, and my brains was under 100, which meant that Centauramon's score would have been under 100. And, did I say Monochromon? Not Monochromon, Tyrannomon. Tyrannomon's relevant stats, HP and defense. Well, HP was under 1,000, defense was under 100, so Tyrannomon's score would have been under 100. Yes, I went about it in a way where my superior stats were only relevant to Greymon, not relevant to Tyrannomon or Centauramon, and because of that, the relevant stat score would have swung heavily in Greymon's favour, and he was the Digimon that I ended up digivolving to. He was the Digimon that I wanted. I made sure that he was the Digimon that I was going to get. Had I wanted Centauramon, then I would have made sure that Brains was my superior stat. So that way I would have digivolved to Centauramon, because Brains is the only relevant stat in Centauramon's case, and by having superior brains to everything else, I would have digivolved to Centauramon, because the relevant stat score would have swung in his favour. As for Tyrannomon, well, HP and defense would have been the two most significant stats. HP would have particularly had the potential to be valuable because of the fact that with Greymon, Centauramon and Tyrannomon, HP applies to Tyrannomon but not Greymon or Centauramon. Whereas defense, well, it applies to Tyrannomon but also applies to Greymon as well. But then, in Greymon's case, defense would be added to 3 other stats and then divided by 4. Whereas with Tyrannomon, it would have been added to just 1 other stat and then divided by 2. So it probably would have done Tyrannomon more favours than Greymon. I think that's now 28 prosperity points, providing there haven't been any other recruitments between Ninjamon and Greymon. And Carboteriumon is now recruitable. Yeah, now that Greymon has been recruited.
And the dirt carrying at the drill tunnel is done. Money for us, HP for us, attack for us, defense for us. And it would help if I had the blue flute on me, wouldn't it? If I'm to have Seedramon take me to Beetle Land, then I need to have the blue flute, don't I? This is as far as we made it last time, except this time we are equipped. We have what we need. We have the blue flute. I'm not done with the drill tunnel. Reason being, I would like to learn Magma Bomb, and I would like to try and learn it from the Goborimons in the drill tunnel. I would like to try and learn Magma Bomb from battles, not from brain training, and I would like the Goborimons in the drill tunnel to be the target Digimon, the Digimon that I battle. The Goborimons in the drill tunnel use Magma Bomb, as do loads of other Digimon in this game. And so by going to the drill tunnel and battling the Goborimons, I'm hoping to learn Magma Bomb from those Goborimons. That is why drill tunnel is still useful. The protective floppies I, purchased from Monochromon. Purchased 99, which is a lot more than what I need. And I'm not going to use them in random battles, but I will use them for, significant battles, major battles. Now, I won't use them when battling Goborimons, but, when it comes to the main battles, I will use them, should I remember to use them. I can be very forgetful. Okay, so I'm heading to the drill tunnel. There are 4 Gaboremons in total, 1 in the first room within the drill tunnel, and then 3 within the second room of the drill tunnel. I will challenge the 3 Gaboremons, so that way there's a better chance of Magma Bomb being used, a better chance of it being used more quickly. So here we go.
We get there with Magma Bomb. And just so we're clear, I had a 22% chance of learning Magma Bomb, which means that statistically it should have taken like 4 or 5 tries in order to have learned it. I think, I wasn't counting, but I think it took more than that. In which case, I think our luck was a bit bad, but our luck wasn't terrible. It could have been a lot worse. Just, when it comes to learning techniques by training brains, you know, obviously, in order to be able to learn a certain technique, you need to have a Digimon who's capable of learning the technique that you're trying to learn. And don't make the mistake of thinking that a Digimon can learn a technique just because they can use a technique. There are scenarios where a Digimon is able to use a certain technique, but isn't able to learn the technique. So in other words, if the technique has already been mastered, then the Digimon will be able to use the technique, but if the technique hasn't been mastered, then the Digimon wouldn't be able to learn the technique. And by training, when it comes to learning techniques from training brains, every Digimon learns certain techniques in a specific order, depending on what techniques it can learn and what techniques it's already learned and what techniques it still has to be learned. And I know you get the opportunity to learn a technique every time when your brain stat reaches or exceeds 150, 250, 350, 450, 550. So multiples of 50 which are not multiples of 100. And then after that, I'm not too sure how it works. I'm not sure if it continues, so like 650, 750, 850, 950, or if you also have the opportunity with the multiples of 100 as well, so like 600, 700, 800, 900. It's just with like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, you master a command, a new command, but I'm not so sure, once you've got all the commands, I'm not sure, like when your brains reaches the multiples of 100, I'm not sure if you have the chance to learn techniques or not. And I think I did know the answer at one point, but ended up forgetting the answer. But, you know, the point I'm making is that, you know, you can learn techniques from training brains, or you can learn techniques from battles. And I believe that statistically you have a better chance of learning techniques from battles than from training brains. And when it comes to learning techniques from battles, you know, the technique that you're trying to learn has to get used in the battle. So you have to be against a Digimon that can use the technique that you're trying to learn. And obviously you need to be using a Digimon who is capable of learning the technique that you are trying to learn. Now, I rested so that I recovered energy and brought time forward, resulted in Coelamon being available, and here we are in the Dino region. I purchased the protective floppies and put them in my inventory, and I forget to use them against Tyrannomon. I think I forgot to use them against Greymon as well, so not doing a good job at this so far. Tyrannomon has been defeated, but I'm going to be loitering in the Dino region for the time being, and the reason for that is because I would now like to learn Prominence Beam, and I would like to try and learn it from the Monochromon lookalikes here in the Dino region, and I have a 17% chance of learning Prominence Beam, which I think is roughly 1 in 6. Although the Monochromon lookalikes also use Heat Laser, which I might learn, and I have a better chance of learning 28%. That's more like 1 in 3 or 4. So Heat Laser might interfere. I might end up learning Heat Laser while trying to learn Prominence Beam. Which I don't want. I don't want Heat Laser, I just want Prominence Beam. Nothing learned. But it's a good thing that I've got 300 brains so that I've got the distance command. That way, you know, I can stop Greymon from defeating the Monochromon lookalikes if Prominence Beam hasn't been used. Because there's no point defeating them if Prominence Beam doesn't get used, because if it doesn't get used there'll be no chance of me learning it. So it's good that I can at least stop my Digimon from defeating the Digimon before Prominence Beam gets used. Thanks to me having 300 plus brains, the distance command. Nothing learned that time either, but we'll keep trying. If we learn Heat Laser, then there is a positive to be taken away from that, and that's that if we learn Heat Laser, then it will no longer be able to interfere with our attempts to learn Prominence Beam. So, you know, it might be helpful to get Heat Laser out of the way should we learn it, even though it's not the technique that we're after. No joy again. It makes more sense to have the battles here where I'm up against two of the Digimon. That way, there's a better chance of Prominence Beam getting used, and a better chance of it getting used more quickly. I mean, the number of times that the technique gets used during a battle doesn't affect the probability of you learning the technique. And whether or not you get hit by the technique doesn't affect the probability of you learning it. Whether the technique gets performed properly doesn't affect the probability of you learning it. All there needs to be is an attempt to use the technique. One unsuccessful attempt to use the technique has the same probability of you learning the technique than the technique getting successfully used 100 times and hitting you every time. It doesn't affect the probability of us learning the technique should the technique get used, but it does at least increase the chances of the technique being used, thus creating the opportunity to learn the technique. Looks like we might be loitering in the Dino region for the time being. Greymon wants to sleep, but I'm not going to let him sleep. I need to learn Prominence Beam first, and when it comes to letting Greymon sleep, I'm very specific with where and when I'm going to let him sleep. Tonight, that is. Yeah, it's just Prominence Beam isn't the only technique that I hope to learn from the Dino region here in this visit to the Dino region. And that's why sleep is important, because I want to learn Prominence Beam and then sleep and save in a certain place within the Dino region at a certain time, ahead of what would be my attempt to learn the other technique that I'm after. it's almost 7 p.m. You know, after the next battle, at the end of the next battle, it's going to be 7 p.m., which means it's going to be the nighttime period, which means that the Digimon are going to get replaced, and these two will get replaced by those Dragonfly Digimon, which will mean that this area will no longer be feasible. I'd have to get into battles in the next area instead. Yeah, gonna have to pick the next area, because in this area we're not gonna be able to learn Prominence Beam, because Prominence Beam isn't gonna get used by the Dragonfly Digimon. It's gonna have to be this area instead, because we do still have the Monochromon lookalikes here, so we can still learn Prominence Beam. Because these are the same, you know, the same Digimon with the same techniques, same stats, same everything. Even though I can keep Greymon awake, time is still a concern, or rather the number of battles that we get into is a concern, because of the risk of seeing the sweat bubble, something that I don't want to be seeing, because that will affect happiness and discipline, and if it doesn't get treated, it will eventually lead to sickness. So, you know, there is a limit as to how many unsuccessful tries we can have. If we keep failing, then eventually it's going to be a reset. heat laser. Well, there's no longer the risk of heat laser interfering, which means that Prominence Beam is now the only technique that we can learn from these battles, which is good, it's progress, but we still don't ultimately have what I'm pursuing, which is Prominence Beam. I don't think Prominence Beam got used, which means we definitely won't learn it unless I'm mistaken and it did get used and I missed it or forgot about it. Nothing learned though. Well, we came here with full energy because we rested at the clinic until our tiredness levels were fine. But, you know, battles do consume energy, so yeah, there is a limit as to how many battles we can have before the sweat bubble will appear. And I imagine we're probably not too far away from the limit. Definitely got used that time. But it didn't get learned, though. We didn't have great luck with Magma Bomb, and we're not having very good luck here either, are we? I saw text and got my hopes built up, thinking that it was about to give me the good news I've been waiting for. Instead, it says, to Hercules, fruit has been dropped. A food item which boosts attack by 20. I guess that's okay, but I would have much rathered have learned Prominence Beam. Ah, got there at last. Now it's about battling and defeating Meteormon, but it's not just about battling and defeating Meteormon, it's also about learning Meltdown, and that's why I was specific about wanting Greymon to want to sleep, so that I can sleep just before the Meteormon battle, sleep right next to Meteormon, save, have the battle, and then if I don't successfully learn Meltdown, then reload and try again. And just so we're straight, I have a 14% chance of learning Meltdown. Is that like roughly 1 in 7? I think 1 in 6 or 7. And part of the reason why I learned Magma Bomb beforehand was because Magma Bomb is one of the techniques techniques that Ninjamon uses, which means that Magma Bomb, if I didn't learn Magma Bomb beforehand, then there would be the risk of Magma Bomb interfering with my attempts to learn Meltdown, but by learning Magma Bomb beforehand, the only technique that Ninjamon will use, which we will be capable of learning, is the one that we are after, Meltdown. And that was my main reason for learning Magma Bomb, so that I'll go into the Ninjamon battle only being able to learn Meltdown. I wanted to remove the risk of Magma Bomb interfering with my hopes to learn Meltdown. I mean, I did use Magma Bomb against the Monochromon lookalikes, which served me reasonably well, but it wasn't about that. It was mostly about help with learning Meltdown. I have a good feeling we're gonna learn Meltdown. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's almost as if this commentary is post-commentary, just like the commentary for all of my other Digimon videos within the last 2 or 3 years have come with commentary that's been post-commentary. There was one bit of text that I had to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. The bit where he said about checking out the island. I paused on it for about 30 seconds, but I speeded the video up so that it was brief for you viewers. It's just, if I go through that at normal speed, it can result in the game freezing. But to prevent the game from freezing, if I pause for about 30 seconds or so, then it should be okay. And it's not the only time where there's a certain bit of text that I have to pause on in order to stop the game from freezing. I have the same problem in Gear Savannah when speaking to Leomon, when he says about you being able to count on him, and also when speaking to Devimon at Greylord's mansion, when he says about saying hi to my Altusmon, and then also Devimon in Mount Infinity when he says about not wanting a ruler. But in this challenge, we're not going to be seeing the text with Leomon, nor are we going to be seeing the text with Devimon in Greylord's mansion. We will be seeing the text with Devimon in Mount Infinity, and have already seen the text in the Dino region with Meteormon. But I think that does it regarding what I just mentioned. And with Tyrannomon recruited, Nanimon will now be here where Meteormon was. And by speaking to him, he will drop the accessory, enabling us to carry 20 items instead of 10. The Nanimon in the Olga Fortress spawns after you recruit Waymon. Not going to be happening in this challenge. The Nanimon in the Factorial Town, I think, spawns either after you recruit Andromon or after Andromon has had long enough to recover the data. Nanimon, and that also we won't be seeing in this challenge. Nanimon in Leomon's Ancestor's Cave features there after you recruit Leomon. That also won't be happening in this challenge. And then in the Nanimon in Toy Town features there after you recruit Muncymon. And that should be happening in this challenge. Now then, if I was to return to the city with an autopilot, then I would be stuck in the city until 3 PM. So instead, I'm choosing to backtrack on foot. And I think this battle that I've just run into is unavoidable. Oh yeah, If Carbulterimon was the last Digimon I recruited before recruiting Tyrannomon, then I believe that we are now at 32 prosperity points. Yeah, I don't want to return to the city and then be stuck there for a number of hours. Instead, I would like to head to the Great Canyon. There are things that I do have on my mind, and yeah, by staying on this side of the Coela Point, we don't have to be subject to assistance from Coelamon. I think it's 8 AM at the moment, and in which case 3 PM is 7 hours away. So I would like to learn Muscle Charge, and the Snow-Ogumons in Friesland are Digimon who I could learn Muscle Charge from, because they use Muscle Charge. And Muscle Charge I have a 9% chance of learning, which I think is roughly 1 in 11. So out of the techniques that I've tried to learn so far, Muscle Charge is the one that I've got the slimmest chance of learning, but I will still try to learn it. It will very much come in handy should I be successful with learning it. You know, I should be able to take down the Snow-Ogumons easily enough with Meltdown. Hopefully Muscle Charge will get used, you know, quickly enough. And yeah, hopefully I'll be able to learn Muscle Charge. I'm choosing to fall off the cliff even though it's not really necessary. It's just Ninjamon is one of the Digimon that is recruitable in this challenge, and I know that one of Ninjamon's hints is connected to this cliff. There's a clue, a hint, which only goes away after you fall off the cliff that I just fell off, and I don't want that hint to be sticking around. So by falling off the cliff, I have removed the hint. I assume the hint is probably referring to Olgamon, because yeah, the cliff is at the Great Canyon, which is where you encounter Olgamon for the first time. Falling off the cliff takes you to the lower part of the Great Canyon, which can't be reached if you haven't encountered Olgamon for the first time. It takes you, you know, towards the fortress entrance, which is where you encounter Olgamon for the second time. It takes you to a part of the game that can only be reached if you were to fall off the cliff or defeat Olgamon for the first time. The bandit music in the Great Canyon stops playing after you fall off the cliff, and the dialogue ahead of the first Olgamon battle is different depending on whether or not you've fallen off the cliff. And before learning Muscle Charge, I also was keen to recruit Birdramon because of how helpful Birdramon could likely prove to be in this challenge, for reasons I've already explained. So I'm very pleased to have recruited Birdramon. But Muscle Charge is one of the things that is on the front of my mind. And yeah, for the reasons that I gave, I suspect that, you know, the hint that's linked to the cliff is in connection to Olgamon, because not all of Angemon's hints disappear after you recruit the Digimon that the hint is referring to. Sometimes the hint goes away as a result of something else. Like the hint that's to do with Leomon, I think that hint goes away after you obtain his ancestor's stone, not after you give it to him and recruit him. The hint that's referring to Coelamon and Carbuterimon, I think that hint goes away after you become friends with Seedramon and not after you recruit Coelamon and Carbuterimon. So, you know, I'm coming to the reasoning that the hint that I mentioned is in relation to Olgamon. Yeah, seeing as fire is Greymon's first nature and battle is his second nature, he does have a higher statistical probability of learning fire moves than battle moves. And seeing as air is Greymon's third nature, Greymon has an even worse statistical probability of learning air techniques than battle techniques. It's just, when it comes to learning techniques, obviously most Digimon have more than one nature, and, Digimon have natures, techniques have natures, and if your Digimon has a certain nature as their first nature, then they've got a better chance of learning techniques of that nature than techniques that are of their second nature, and they've got a better chance of learning techniques that are of their second nature than techniques that are of their third nature. And battle is Greymon's second nature, which is why it's harder for Greymon to learn battle techniques than fire techniques, because fire is Greymon's first nature. Well, there was text, and it was good news, but it wasn't the good news that I was hoping for. It was less good news that a medium MP has been dropped. But yeah, Greymon has fire as his first nature, battle as his second nature, air as his third nature, therefore has the best chance of learning fire techniques, followed by battle techniques, and then air techniques. It would be easier to learn battle techniques with a Digimon who has battle as their first nature, it would be easier to learn Muscle Charge with a Digimon who has Battle as their first nature and obviously is capable of learning Muscle Charge. But nonetheless, I'm still aiming to learn Muscle Charge with Greymon. 9%, not great odds, but, not... But then, the odds aren't ludicrously low. It's not like it's, 1 in 10,000. It's roughly 1 in 11. And once again, I'm trying to get into a battle against more than one Digimon at once, to try and help with the chances of the target technique getting used. Annoyingly, when you get challenged by a Digimon and there are other Digimon on screen, those Digimon who are on screen, if your Digimon is the same type as them, then, it can result in them choosing not to take part in the battle, which wasn't an issue with the Goborimons, but it was an issue with the Monochromon lookalikes, and it's also an issue with the Snow Agumons as well. Greymon is vaccine, which presumably means that the Snow Agumons are also vaccine, and that the Monochromon lookalikes are vaccine as well, and that the Goborimons are not vaccine. It can be a bit of a bummer, but we have to just try and work around it best we can. When I said type, I was talking about vaccine, data, and virus. I wasn't talking about natures or anything like that.
with the brains that we've got and the commands that we've got, we will be able to easily use muscle charge and do it 4 times. And with the attack that we've got, we will be able to get our attack up to the maximum during battles as a result of doing muscle charge 4 times. And that's why I'm very keen to learn it. Well, there was good news there, but the much lesser good news. I mean, I don't grumble against being presented with medium MPs, but muscle charge is what I'm after. Still no joy, but we just have to keep trying. And you're using muscle charge, getting our attack up to the maximum. That will go very well with having Meltdown and Prominence Beam, because they are 2 of the strongest fire techniques. The strongest is Infinity Burn, 488. Followed by Prominence Beam, 444, and then Meltdown, 400. We got it. The fire, is also effective against certain types. And, that will really create the opportunity to do some damage. Although, fire is also weak against certain types as well, so it does, come with its downfalls. And, I think Birdramon made it 34 prosperity points, and in which case Ninjamon would make it 36 prosperity points. And since we have a vaccine Digimon, we are able to enter the Ice Sanctuary without the need of the Ice Sanctuary skip. And the mandatory battle against the 3 random Digimon, well, Meltdown is going to work a treat against them, because all 3 of them are going to get hit by it every time I use it, and being Ice Digimon, they're all going to be vulnerable to it. And we've got muscle charge available to us, should we need it.
And there is other work to be done in Friesland. I mean, there's Coelamon. We haven't had either of the Coelamon battles yet. I mean, we won't be recruiting Waymon, so we won't be going to the secret beach cave. But there is Coelamon. We've already seen to Frigimon and Ninjamon and Penguinmon. But the Misty Trees is close by, and we haven't recruited Kokatorimon yet, or Gabumon, who's also in the Misty Trees, or Patamon, who's in the Gear Savannah near the Misty Trees. May I add that Kokatorimon first becomes available at 4 AM, which is conveniently the time that Greymon wakes up at after sleeping, and it's not long until Greymon is due to sleep. I think typically he first wants to go to sleep at about 6 PM, which is about an hour and a half away. Wakes up at 4 AM, and Kokatorimon is available between 4 AM and 6 AM. There is also Toy Town as well. We can't forget about that. We still need to defeat Muntsimon and recruit Muntsimon, and then there's the option of speaking to Nannymon afterwards, even though we won't gain anything from that. But, Muntsimon's recruit will be progress, 3 prosperity points. If I'm right that this puts us up to 36 prosperity points, then we're only 14 away from 50, which unlocks Mount Infinity and Etamon. Only 15 away from 51, which is the most that can be achieved under these restrictions without the further progress that becomes available as a result of having 50 plus prosperity points. Okay, Greymon wants to sleep, which is fine with me. And he signals for the toilet at a very convenient time, because there just happens to be a toilet very nearby. Well, Muntsimon can be done at any time, but Kokatorimon can only be done at a specific time, which means that I think, priority should be given to Kokatorimon if depending on timing, which at the moment timing is very convenient for Coelamon. Yuramon can be done at any time. But I'm gonna see to him before Coelamon because it's about to be 4 AM. We don't have to see to Coelamon immediately because he's still going to be available for another 2+ hours. I felt like there was a fair risk of Prominence Beam getting interrupted by Ice Statue, so I decided to use Meltdown instead, because I thought that Meltdown would be harder to interrupt, a better chance of the technique getting performed properly. And Coelamon uses Megalospark, which I think also comes with a big risk of interrupting Prominence Beam. So I think again I will... I think there's sense in Meltdown being the technique that gets used. Had I defeated Coelamon before sleeping, then that would have meant defeating him yesterday. Which means that he would have been available for the rematch today, but by sleeping, I didn't defeat him until a day later. I didn't defeat him until today, which means that he won't be available for the rematch until tomorrow. But I don't think that will hold us up in any sort of way. I think there's a lot of work to be done, and I think that am I trying to say? I think there's more than enough stuff to keep us occupied. And there's someone knocking at my door. Gabumon is next on my list. I really don't think Muscle Charge is gonna be necessary with battling Gabumon. So I've not got Muscle Charge, I've just got Prominence Beam. Prominence Beam, not Meltdown. I'm thinking Prominence Beam should serve me okay in this battle. Predictably, the battle went well. I think that's now 39 prosperity points. I think Kokatorimon made it 38, Gabumon 39. Patamon would make it 40. Muncymon would make it 43. Obviously there are other Digimon as well. Piximon would make it 46. Mumemon would make it 49. Garulamon would make it 51. So not too many more Digimon. But if it turns out that I'm ready for Garulamon, but it's not but Garulamon isn't available, then that shouldn't be a problem. I can just use the time to train, that could prove to be helpful, because I'm not gonna have the best stats in the world ahead of the battle. It's just where there's quite a lot of Digimon who I can't battle, can't recruit, areas I can't go to, I'm going to be missing out quite a lot of item chips, which will restrict me when it comes to stats. And like with the Gabumon recruit, here I'm thinking just have Prominence Beam. Probably isn't really anything to be gained from having Muscle Charge, and I think that Prominence Beam is a sensible choice of technique.
I was saying that, there's quite a lot of work to be done ahead of the second Coelamon battle, but actually there isn't that much. We're up to 40 prosperity points. There's the Munsimon battle and Munsimon recruit. There's the Piximon battle and recruit, the Mumemon battle and recruit. Then I think that just leaves Coelamon, because the other stuff can't happen until after all of those Digimon have been recruited, because only then would we have enough prosperity points in order to be able to encounter Etamon and Airdramon and have access to Mount Infinity, which would lead to the recruitment of Airdramon, as well as the recruitment of Devimon and Megadramon and Metal Greymon and Digitamamon, and the battles against those Digimon, which would lead up to the recruits, plus the battle against Machinedramon. The second Coelamon battle could be a genuine concern, because our stats are not great. Ice Statue is a fast attack, which is a fast, powerful attack, which is going to do a lot of damage against us. There's a good chance of it paralysing us. There's a good chance of it interrupting Prominence Beam, maybe not so much Meltdown. Our HP is under 4,000. Our other stats are not great by any means. So I am genuinely concerned about the Coelamon battle. As regardless of whether we're using Prominence Beam or Meltdown, it's probably going to take at least 3 or 4 hits in order to defeat Coelamon, because his HP is going to be 2,100, providing we approach him in time so that his HP is only half full, because he's available for a number of hours, and if you approach him prior to a certain hour, then his HP will only be half full, 2,100. But if you don't approach him until a certain hour, then his HP will be full, 4,200. We need to really take advantage of that. I don't want Greymon to Digivolve. I want to see the rest of this challenge through with Greymon as my Digimon. And, well, in order for a champion to be able to Digivolve to an ultimate, you have to fulfill a minimum of 3 of the requirements in order for the Digivolution to be possible. Further to that, you also need to have had the champion Digimon for a minimum of 6 days, 144 hours. One way that we could stop Greymon from Digivolving is by not fulfilling any more than 2 of the requirements for either of his potential Digivolutions, Skull Greymon and Metal Greymon, or complete the challenge in time so that it will work out that we wouldn't have had Greymon for long enough in order for it to be possible for him to Digivolve. It's just, if I was to Digivolve to Metal Greymon, then I would lose Prominence Beam and Muscle Charge. I would still have Meltdown, but that would be pretty much it. if I was to Digivolve to Skull Greymon, then I would lose Prominence Beam and Meltdown. I would still have Muscle Charge, but that would be pretty much it. I'd like to stick with Greymon, have Meltdown, Prominence Beam, and Muscle Charge. Nice if he could drop a HP chip. Does he? No. Well, there's a HP chip in the computer at least. I think there's like a 50-50 chance of him dropping a HP chip. And it's very if you want the HP chip, and it's very important that you make sure that you defeat him on a spot where you will be able to obtain the HP chip. It's like if you were to defeat him behind the boxes, then the HP chip would be dropped behind the boxes and you wouldn't be able to collect the HP chip because Woromon would be blocking the way after the battle. You know, I defeated him in a position where the HP chip would have been obtainable had he dropped one, but he didn't drop one. I suppose I could have reset and battled him again in the hope of him dropping a HP chip, and if unsuccessful, then keep resetting and keep battling him again until he does drop a HP chip, but either that didn't occur to me at the time, or it did occur to me, but I decided not to go through with it. Just to comment on Greymon's Digivolutions, Metal Greymon, the stat requirement is 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack, 500 defense, 300 speed, and 300 brains. We definitely don't have the stat requirement for Metal Greymon. The care mistake requirement, maximum of 10, we do have that. Weight requirement 60 to 70, I think our weight is under, which means we don't have the weight requirement for Metal Greymon. Bonus condition, either have your discipline at a minimum of 95%, or have a minimum of 30 techniques, or have won a minimum of 30 battles. The bonus condition in Metal Greymon's case is certainly feasible. But that's just two of the requirements, the bonus condition and the care mistake requirement, not the stats or the weight. Skull Greymon, the stat requirement is 4000 HP, 6000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, and 500 brains. We don't have the stat requirement for him either. Care mistake requirement minimum of 10, and we don't have the care mistake requirement for Skull Greymon. Weight requirement 25 to 35, I think we're probably above that, which means not
which means we don't have the weight requirement either. Bonus condition, either have a minimum of 40 battles, or have a minimum of 45 techniques. I'm sensing that we probably don't have the bonus condition for Skull Greymon either. Well, for Metal Greymon, the MP requirement was 3,000. For Skull Greymon, it was 6,000. So by keeping MP under 3,000, we would definitely not be fulfilling the stat requirement for either Digimon. And by having our weight not within the range of 25 to 35 and not within the range of 60 to 70, we also won't fulfill the weight requirement for either Digimon. And those two things would be enough in order to rule out both Digivolutions. It wouldn't be possible to avoid the care mistake requirement for both Digimon, because one of them is 10 or less, whereas the other is 10 or more. I'm not sure about the bonus condition. It's just, we have had quite a lot of battles when it's come to trying to learn techniques, as well as battles that have been compulsory for, you know, progress. Have we had as many as 40 battles? I'm hesitant about that. Have we had 30? I'm hesitant about that as well, but there are more battles to come. Currently our discipline is fulfilling the bonus requirement for Metal Greymon. But it shouldn't be difficult to avoid the stat requirement and weight requirement for both Digimon. Just keep one of the relevant stats down. I mentioned MP. And then weight. You know, either have it so that it's too low for both Digimon, or too high for both Digimon, or have it somewhere in between where it's too high for Skull Greymon, not high enough for Metal Greymon. Yeah, it shouldn't be difficult. You know, a bit of force feeding in order to put weight up or down, depending on which food item we're using. Now, you can probably tell that I'm grinding for Mumemon. I couldn't get to Mt Panorama from the native forest because of the boulders. Instead, okay, we're here. Instead, I had to have Birdramon take us to Gear Savannah, and then from Gear Savannah get to Mt Panorama. And Mumemon is here. And Muscle Charge is going to be particularly valuable because Mumemon does full power, which will boost his defense by quite a lot. But with Muscle Charge we can put our attack to the maximum.
Well, obviously, full power boosts all of your stats, but my focus was on the fact that that by using muscle charge to boost my attack, it would combat the fact that he would use full power to boost his defense. Well, that's 46 prosperity points, and the only other recruitment that can be done prior to Garulamon's recruitment is Pixiemon's recruitment, and it's a bit over a day until the Coelamon rematch is due, so we may end up with time on our hands, but we can use that time wisely. We can train. Improve our chances of being successful with the Coelamon battle, the Coelamon recruit. I do think luck will be needed. And we actually need Coelamon for the tropical jungle. Well, either Birdramon or Coelamon. If we were to have Birdramon take us to the Dino region, then from the Dino region we could get to the tropical jungle. Or we could just go to the Coela Point at the right time and have Coelamon take us to the tropical jungle, which is the way that I've decided to go about it. That did mean having to pass a bit of time, but I passed that time by training HP, so it was time well spent. We'll be spared the pain and misery of trying to get Metal Mermaimon to show up, because of the fact that Factorial Town is off limits in this challenge. But we didn't have anything to spare us from the pain or misery of trying to get Mermaimon to show up. And nothing's going to save us from the pain and misery of trying to get Pixiemon to show up. So yes, the grind has started. And the grind has finished. Okay, not too much else left. Coelamon, Etamon, Airdramon, Devimon, Megadramon, Metal Greymon, Digitamamon. I mean, those are the recruitments. All of those Digimon we also have to battle, and there's the battle against Machinedramon as well. Yeah, not too much more left to do. Is it another 18 prosperity points? 49 to 67? Coelamon, Etamon, Airdramon, Devimon, Megadramon, Metal Greymon, Digitamamon. I think that's right. Two points for Coelamon, 3 for Etamon, 2 for Airdramon and Devimon, 3 for Metal Greymon, Megadramon and Digitamamon. Sounds about right. Okay, so now we're pretty much just making progress towards Coelamon's recruitment. Working towards the time, because he'll first become available at 3 PM, and choosing to pass the time in a way where we are improving our stats. In this instance, HP so far, and a tiny bit of attack as well. And we will need to rest. Training HP is very tiring. When it comes to using the gym, some training is more tiring than other training. Training HP is the most tiring type of training. Training brains is the least tiring. Training MP is one of the less tiring. And then attack, speed and defense are somewhere in the middle. I think attack is one of the more tiring ones. I think defense and speed are a bit less tiring. We'll also be recovering our HP as well, although we could very easily just give Greymon small recoveries or medium recoveries and get our HP to the maximum that way. And I have concerns regarding Ice Statue interrupting Prominence Beam, so I've put Meltdown in instead. I don't want to save, in case it turns out that training HP was a bad idea, and that it would have been better to have trained a different stat instead. Because by saving now I wouldn't be able to reverse the damage, but by not saving I would be able to wind back to when Greymon woke up. That will mean being able to train something different. Oh, here we go. Let's just see how things turn out. Okay, didn't need to worry about that battle at all. But then, had we been less fortunate, it could have been completely different. You know, if he had struck us with Ice Statue and paralysed us, and then struck us twice more with Ice Statue before the paralysis ended, and then the moment the paralysis healed, then struck us with another Ice Statue and paralysed us again, then, you know, it could have been completely different depending on luck. Right, well, I believe we are up to 51 prosperity points. Which obviously means that Airdramon and Etamon should be next on the agenda. I'll do Etamon first, then Airdramon, then Mount Infinity. I imagine it shouldn't be too difficult. You know, we've got Muscle Charge, which will put our attack to the maximum during battles. We've got Meltdown and Prominence Beam. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. I guess Etamon wanted to use his finish first. No Etamon here. So it confirms what I previously said. I think I was unsure about whether the Digimon Bridge has to be repaired in order for Etamon to feature on the Digimon Bridge after recruiting him, and the answer is yes, the bridge does have to be repaired because he wasn't there. Unless it's a case of you have to recruit Ninjamon in order for Etamon to feature on the Digimon Bridge, but you would have to fix the Digimon Bridge in order to be able to recruit Ninjamon. I should have 54 prosperity points, and we do. Coelamon, Yuramon, Xiaomon. Won't be recruiting any of those Digimon in this challenge. In the first room of Mount Infinity, I always get into a non-compulsory battle just to clear one of the Rockmon that's blocking the way to an item in a computer, just because I have OCD with wanting to collect all of the, well, loot all of the computers in the game, collect all of the items that are inside of computers in the game. You know what we can do with recovering our HP and MP, especially our MP. These random battles in Mount Infinity, if you do get into one of them and you're up against multiple Digimon, you typically don't have to be too offensive in them. And when I say that, I'm referencing the fact that the Digimon are very prone to inflicting serious damage upon one another due to the techniques that they use. Yeah, you can rely quite heavily on, you know, the Digimon doing most of the damage to themselves and each other, rather than you needing to do the damage. For the random battle with multiple targets, Meltdown was the most sensible choice of technique, but against Devimon, I think Prominence Beam makes a lot more sense. And will probably make more sense in all of the other battles as well. Metal Greymon, Megadramon, Machine Dramon, Digitamon. And there's the bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. But it'll be speeded up, it'll be brief for you viewers. There it is. I can't remember what I paused for. I can't remember why I paused. There was a reason for it. But yeah. For whatever reason I paused and you're able to see that the video was speeded up and roughly how long I paused for. This is interesting, isn't it? And it's been almost 6 hours since this challenge started. I kind of feel like it's gone by very quickly. I kind of feel like it hasn't taken as long as I thought it would take. I know we're not done yet, but there isn't much more left to do. It doesn't feel like long ago at all that we started this challenge, and we've had 2 lifespans instead of 1. But I feel like it's gone by very quickly. I suppose a lot of that probably boils down to the fact that
we're only going about 2/3 of the way with the prosperity points. A lot of Digimon we're not recruiting, a lot of Digimon we're not encountering. We haven't had any of the Ogremon battles, haven't been to Factorial Town, haven't been to the Lava Cave. Seems that Metal Greymon and Etamon both insisted on doing their finish before mine. My finish was a lot more powerful in both cases, which is the most important thing. Usually I don't defeat and recruit Megadramon during my first visit to Mount Infinity. Usually I tie Megadramon in with Digitamamon, and this was no exception, just because when you battle and defeat Megadramon, he gets replaced by random Digimon. There are random Digimon in the area that Megadramon was in, which means that if you defeat Megadramon during your first trip to Mount Infinity, then on the second trip, when you return for Digitamamon, when going through the area that Megadramon was in, there would be random Digimon there instead. And where I suck so badly at avoiding random Digimon, for me it seems easiest to leave Megadramon initially, so that when I return for Digitamamon, there'll be no random Digimon in the area that Megadramon was in, because Megadramon will still be there instead of the random Digimon, and then I battle Megadramon ahead of the battle against Digitamamon. Save me from having to cross paths with the random Digimon.
believe that just leaves Digitamamon and Megadramon. I mean, the back dimension will be available, but why? Where would be the sense in going to the back dimension? So we're about to leave, and we're about to return. Leomon and Dramoljamon are here. Very impressive, considering I haven't recruited either of them. Leaving, returning. And I do have other ideas, well, potential ideas for other potential challenges for this game, and also one potential idea for another potential challenge for Digimon World 2003, I'm very pleased to say, because with that game, I struggle a lot more when it comes to potential ideas, potential challenges. But there is an idea that I have thought of, which I will try and see how it turns out. And other ideas for this game as well. Some of it I've practiced, some of it I haven't. So some of the ideas I know how plausible the idea is, how plausible the challenge is. Some of them I don't. But what I will say is that I suspect that my next challenge for this game will be a challenge where I reach 100 prosperity points and I have to recruit the Digimon in a specific order, the specific order being the order that Ninjamon's hints are in. In other words, the aim of the challenge is to recruit Ogumon at the beginning, because you can't not recruit him first, then recruit Ninjamon second, and it is possible to do that with the right techniques, and then speak to Ninjamon so that he gives you hints on the Digimon, hints on the recruitments, and recruit the Digimon in the order that Ninjamon's hints are in,
so I have to recruit the Digimon in a very specific order. Recruit the Digimon in the order that Ninjamon's hints come in. I suspect that that is what my next challenge for this game is going to be. I don't want to go into details about the other ideas because I don't want to overload you with ideas. I don't want to give you too many ideas at once, and not to mention some of these ideas are ideas that I haven't explored yet, and I don't want to give the idea for a challenge if the challenge itself just isn't remotely feasible. So I'll just say that I think that the next challenge is going to be the one that I mentioned regarding Ninjamon. It's just, Ninjamon can be the second recruitment. Either recruit Ogumon, have Coelamon take you to the tropical jungle, do the invisible bridge skip at the Great Canyon entrance, taking you to the Great Canyon, go to the Ice Sanctuary, use the Ice Sanctuary skip if you don't have a vaccine Digimon, or just enter Ice Sanctuary normally if you do have a vaccine Digimon, recruit Ninjamon, return to the city via an autopilot, and yeah. Ninjamon would have been the next recruitment after Agumon. The other way to make Ninjamon the second recruitment is to go to the lava cave and battle Yuramon, but lose to Yuramon. That way the boulders get cleared without Yuramon being recruited, enabling you to go from the native forest to Mt Panorama, and from there you can go to Freezeland, go to Ice Sanctuary, recruit Ninjamon, and again he'll be the second recruitment after Ogumon. As for this challenge, we are pretty much done. I believe we are up to 67 prosperity points, which is the most that can be achieved due to Coelamon and Ninjamon not being recruitable, as well as Yuramon, Dremolgamon and Leomon not being recruitable, as well as Olgamon, Xiaomon and Waymon not being recruitable, Vadermon not being recruitable, Skullgreymon not being recruitable, Andromon not being recruitable, Metal Mumemon not being recruitable, Guromon not being recruitable, Numamon not being recruitable, and Nanimon not being recruitable. Costing you a total of 33 prosperity points. Yeah, when I first thought about this challenge, I didn't realise just how difficult it was going to be just to unlock Mount Infinity. I didn't realise just how fine the margins were going to be. But we're done. When I speak to Digimon, hopefully he'll tell me I have 67 prosperity points, and that will be the end of the challenge. And there isn't really any more to say other than I would like to thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I'm glad that you chose to devote your time to me. I'm grateful that you chose to devote your time to me. 67 prosperity points. Challenge done. Coelamon, Yuramon, Xiaomon. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you soon.